long shot in the third at PNC. It's time to celebrate, and more so. The Dixon clubhouse getting prepared for the fish to celebrate their birth into the second season. With them getting in, they also subsequently knock out the Cubbies. So here's what is left to be decided. The Rangers can win the AL West with the win in Seattle or an Astros loss in the desert. The Rangers loss, the Astros win, give Houston the division title and the first round bye. The team that doesn't win the AL West will be 5-6 seed depending on today's results. And as for the National League, the Fish can clinch the 5 seed with the win or a Diamondbacks loss. The 5 seed then gets Philly, while the 6 seed gets the Blue Crew. All right, best case scenarios for some of your teams just getting into the postseason. What about Saturday's best of the cross? The sports will rest this bench. Every day ready for the Sox on. And also Florida's defense. 13 against 8 doesn't matter because it's Ray Davis. 13 against 11. Send the whole team. Ray Davis still left 280 yards in a Kentucky win.
Best return for Texas A&M and Arkansas leader Jerry Burrow. A&M's going to receive a punt. All right, Bob covered it. Finish running back. That's nice. Smith doing the honors. Running through those hogs. 81 yards. Explored the stadium space. And he slowed up at 22 as well. Texas A&M though.
Man, I got the best catch, and it's been buzzing around social media. Hey, how often do you think of the Roman Empire? Well, when the Romans keep giving us stuff like this to think about every day. Case in point, Roman Wilson, best catch of the day, over the Nebraska Cornhuskers, Michigan win.
Next record, Spencer Strider, now the franchise record holder for most strikeouts in a single season. Indiana Braves passed John Smoltz with 276 in 1996. Strider now has 281. The Braves in 96 was the World Series game.
And they also have some absolute wagons for the pitch there. No, he has the record. That's what best elusiveness. Keon Magwood, Ball State, Western Michigan. And this is in every single dimension. West, east, north, south. He settles on north. Finds the end zone. Ball State. Boston State at 42.
Best awareness. Be aware of what's out there. Seeing these guys ball. Bulldogs looking at them. Malik Sherrod never hit the ground. His elbow hit the ground. His knee didn't hit the ground. He's got is on another beat, so he stays on his feet. And 72 yards later, we got 6 on the board. As Fresno State takes care of Nevada, 27-9.
It's fall. It's always sports season, and it's a Sunday, so you know it's time now to dole out those winners. Nolan during the program, she just clocked into her shift, which is going to be 24 hours of the entire day.
What's the night on?
Like today.
So we're going to win some money today. We're going Denver team total over 24.5. Both these teams are winless. Both these teams are 0-3 against the spread. But what do I trust? I trust that their defense is going to be terrible. They've allowed 25 or more points in 30 straight losses. They've allowed all of their opponents to hit over this mark. And as for Denver's offense, although they are 0-3, I will say they're 10th in offensive efficiency. They should be able to put up a good amount of points against this defense. So we're going Denver team total over 24.
All right. Somebody is going to win today. We think.
Somebody.
We hope.
Watching me at top.
No. I usually ask you for a bet that you're erring on the side of caution. But this week, we're changing things up a bit. What's a play that could be tailor-made?
The Swifties on my side. Let's do a little Taylor Swift parlay. We're going to take the Chiefs to win outright and Travis Kelce to have a touchdown. I'd like Kelce to have a touchdown, but it's so juicy that if you combine these two, you can get it around even money. And Kelce, he's had a touchdown in every single game that he's ever played against the Jets in his career. Most recently being in 2020, but that was a while ago. Guys, keep in mind the Jets, they've allowed 3 touchdowns to tight ends so far this season, just tied for the most. Everybody's talking about Travis Kelce. He should find the end zone today. We know he's Patrick Mahomes' favorite guy, and everybody's talking about this. So I'm not going against the Chiefs today. I'm going to do a little same game parlay.
I also love the subplot that Aaron Rodgers is like, I'm going to be in attendance. Like, oh, yeah, no, he's there. Like, he's too no.
Take it back.
He was at Taylor Swift's concert earlier in the summer. He's there to meet Taylor Swift, for sure. Aaron Nolan, like I said, just quietly catch Morford on Sunday NFL Countdown, Daily Major, and every other program he used to have.
Still ahead on SportsCenter AM2, and the Dolphins marching into Orchard Park, New York, take on Josh Allen in the Bills. The personnel situation is going to be key to this divisional matchup. That's next.
No, right? I love how it's like, cats. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Did you see that? Yeah. There's like a also, it's like
Jameson, we like to do things differently. Smooth, triple distilled Irish whiskey, and with a twist of orange flavor. Claire, that's just sugar. Meet Jameson Orange. Repost. Looks like you deserve both. Samples.
restlessness, cramps, tingling, and swelling, numbness. If you've ever experienced moving starts on bad circulation and exercise the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation through natural drug-free ways. Soothe pain and calm restless legs, reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and stimulate healthy circulation. Stay active with Full Exercise Pro.
This postseason, superstars elevate to new heights on the WWE stage. The moment is here. All about the WWE playoffs.
And the ones who get in early. Offering professional grade supplies backed by product experts. And easily find what you need. Plus, you'll have access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones that get it done. Stricey and Yahoo Sports Center AM, Game 4 of the WNBA semifinals today on ABC. Dan Stewart and Liberty just 1 win away from their first WNBA finals appearance since 2002 as they take on the Sun. New York's 20 seasons without a finals appearance, tied with the longest drought in WNBA history. 3 Eastern, ABC and ESPN app. Guys, the Sun are trying to win the truck the series. There was some trucking going on yesterday in all sports, not just football. How about Jake Davis? Seemingly looks good, and then he's not. Because, he's on Anthony baptizes him. He's been hit hard in a lot of games. He's got good speed. He's dynamic. Quarterback protect that stuff. He was fine. Ole Miss was winners. But he
gets back up. Michigan kicking the rock off to the Cornhuskers. Tommy Hill on the return. Tommy Hill getting popped by Christian Walker. Where are my blockers? Where is my ball? Michigan, easy win, 45. Second JJ McCarthy fired. He's like, I don't have to take this kind of things.
NASCAR Truck Series race in Talladega. Zane Smith's cars got into his own. Yeah, got into his own way. Man, and that is Charles Plank, the crew member, said, I thought I could clear it. I didn't. He told Fox Sports, we're ready for the next stop. I'm ready to go. So he's okay.
Eastern, followed by the Seahawks and Giants at 8 and ESPN. We have hardware for the hit people report now. AFC East showing out today. Western New York to Dolphins. The Bills defense coming off at 70-20. Dismantling last week. Not too early to say this is a crucial game for the Bills. Jeff Garrison moving ahead game day. The Dolphins and the Bills are both coming off a huge wins in the Dolphins offense, of course, putting up 70 points against the Broncos. But the Bills defense, meanwhile, received 9 sacks and 5 turnovers in the air against the Dolphins head coach Mike Williams. Neither team really deserves to be lost. That said, a couple of factors are the Dolphins. First of which, you'll see the corner had been ruled out of this game after something last week. Washington. The Dolphins, there's a guy who star wide receiver, Mama, rushing over the Bills head coach Sean McDermott already said this Dolphins offense is almost revolutionary. Now those personnel situations it's tall. Was it something I said?
Herm Edwards Mavericks began to battle two-one teams today. The Saints versus the Bucks. Question marks. Derek Carr is for AC joint out. Camara back in full. That was a 3-game suspension. What should the Saints want to be to have success on offense?
Well, it's not good. He's got to have 20-plus touches. He's healthy. He's going to be fine. I'm talking about 20-plus touches. He's running and passing. Bucks have a problem defensively. Attacking right. There are a lot of hits and misses. So you got to get Camara started. That protection that allows you to control the line of scrimmage. Now we're seeing guys who can block it. Coach, I got Cowboys hosting the Patriots, and that Patriots defense has been a touch stingy against the opposing quarterbacks, and that's the last thing that wants to hear. How does the defense gain success against that Patriots? Obviously, Sidney Lamb is a long time. They're going to make Dallas Cowboys without, obviously, the 3 guys I just mentioned. That's what we're going to take away the best players. The Cowboys have a problem with this. They're in the red zone and stuff all year. Those are going to be the keys.
It's not the same old Dak from last year. Football is
1 interception right now.
It's one interception. Back games. They're running the ball about 10 up, right? It's the game loser though against Arizona. All right, then Sunday Night Football, so it's the firm. How about that? I see two former teams about very close. Chiefs and the Jets, man, you don't age. What's going to be what's up next? Kelsey. How do you stop Kelsey, right? We're not going to talk about the obvious. We're going to talk about Kelsey. And really, it's Mahomes. Keep it in the pocket. That's what the Jets got to do. Don't allow you can stop them from that. That's it. And coach, in that picture, what are you looking at? I think with that stuff right there, you know what? We're winning.
That's the look. We got this under control. Let's don't screw it up. Let's just run the game now that we can walk out here very happy. You're admiring the score on that scoreboard whenever Steve moves out.
Gotcha. We're a problem. Chief Steve's were a problem. I'll say that as well. We got a special edition Sunday NFL Countdown right now. Here it comes.
The NFL across the pond, Falcons and Jags in the first 5 international games this season. Wembley Stadium, home of the England national team. No stranger to football. The American variety most familiar in the UK would be Jacksonville, of course, in London for the 10th time. But today, as the Southhead waves, John Robinson and Kyle Pitts are stars of the show for a surprising Atlanta team as they take on Trevor Lawrence of the Jags, England.
The Jaguars are trying to finish for the 10th time, hoping this trick rolls on the pitch. The Falcons, Bijan Robinson has his team blocking it.
This again? No.
As this Texas including American football. This is London. Today,
Feels like it too. 70-degree day at Wembley. Trevor Lawrence getting settled in England as we welcome you to Sunday NFL Countdown presented by Snickers. The Jags are camping out. They got the Bills next week in England also, so we're getting the full London experience these 2 weeks. We've got about 1 hour until Falcons and Jags face off. This game exclusively on ESPN Plus at 9:30 Eastern. You can get ESPN Plus right now by going to ESPNplus.com. Hello and welcome to our Sunday NFL Countdown set up with Connor with Ryan, Randy Moss. Everybody's happy. They ate a bunch of wings last night, so if you see any finger marks on the paper outside, that's Teddy Bruschi and Adam Schefter joins us. A lot to get to today as we get set for this big game way out east. But first we start with Laura. Rutledge, who is live at Wembley Stadium with the very latest. What do we need to know about this one, Laura?
Well, Sam, we can't wait. This is always so much fun. And for this to be the first international game with the NFL International Series, we feel really fortunate to be out here covering it. But something to look out for is these two teams both feel like they have a great chance to win this game. The Jags are stumbling a little bit. And actually, Doug Peterson said it's great to get out of Jacksonville, to reconnect as a team, to focus on what matters most for them, and to get this thing righted, okay? He said take a deep breath, try to just chill and not think too much about what's going on. I think they've been a little bit stuck on last season as opposed to focusing on this group and what they can do. Trevor Lawrence said they have to start fast. That's going to be their plan. And look for Calvin Ridley, who of course is very familiar with this Atlanta team, to be involved in this one. He of course knows about those 2 drops that he had that would have been touchdown passes last week. He's brushed that aside. They actually made him a team captain this week, which I think is important and showing just how much they trust him and want him to have a nice time out here today. Now, Arthur Smith on the Falcons side of things said he would be shocked if they don't come out and play really well. So a lot to play for here in front of a really fun crowd in London.
Let's talk about that fun crowd, Laura, because I'm curious, having never been there for a game before. Do they tailgate there? Does it feel similar? You're very familiar with what it's like at a football game in the States. Does it feel like it does here?
It definitely feels different. I have not seen tailgating per se, but we have seen all 32 teams represented. I mean, it's so cool. Like, we were driving in, we saw Vikings jerseys, Broncos jerseys, of course, lots of Jaguars fans here because they're here all the time, some Falcons fans as well. And guys, I just looked up in the stands, and there's a woman up there wearing a Gator sweatshirt. So I don't know why. I may go up and talk to her and see what's going on.
Yeah, Laura, I know why.
You know, I mean, just need all the help they can get.
I love that. I was already picturing Bravo, the NFL. Let's talk about these jobs. Obviously, most people heard about that game. But, Rex, for you, what's the key to this jab staying back?
Well, I think I agree with that. And one thing that I think he should do, and I think it was the proper message to his team, is I think he needs to take over play calling. This year, Press Taylor, the offensive coordinator, is doing the play call. I think he needs to put him back in that press box, so to speak, and let that leadership take over. I think the message for the team is it hasn't been doing that. We got to get better. But I think the real strong is on defense, the other side of the ball. Last week, they're playing against a rookie quarterback, which, by the way, is a defensive coach. You can't wait things up. You're going to get 5 sacks, really. But walking in, 0 sacks. All of those first-round picks. You got the number 1 overall pick in Crocker. It almost seems like Golden State, they were like an 8-touch system. Everyone continues to step up. All of them do. And today, against Ritter, a guy that's really struggling, they better step up there.
Mix him up.
Because he expects more out of this team, more out of Trevor, more of that team. Talking about Rex and Arthur Smith on the other side, a game where you only rush to 44 yards, and that's your identity. You're supposed to be able to pound the ball and set things up for your quarterback. These shots, this player right here, he's supposed to be offensive. He's supposed to be moving the ball and getting production. He got shut down. So who are these two teams really? I mean, there's not going to be here, yes. You're going to pick one coach is going to get one team.
I look at Jacksonville and the mistakes that they made in the season. We don't lead the National Football League in drops. This is going to open the league. You talk about taking over the play calling. I look at guys not being able to move down to the drop balls. And Trevor Lawrence is going fast with this kind of thing. So I look on the Jacksonville Jaguars side to really get some great last week. But on the Atlanta Falcons side, as you looking at, we talking about their quarterbacks. I'm just anxious to see
What are your least favorite NFL games? I honestly least favorite because the ones that I probably have the least connection to are probably Jacksonville Jaguars and Houston Texans. What ones do you have the most connection to? And do you have the most connection? Bears. Whose games have you watched? Of whose games have you watched? Oh, that was a great thing. The Colts, I know they're supposed to have fans. Anyway,
just can't have those type of plays. You are a team that thinks you know, that's the thing that Peter specifically was saying. He talked about, he talked about getting rid of not to ball counting because they were supposed to be set up. Here it is, coach, right here. I mean, ball's on the ground. You got him right there inside the 20. This is the fullback and then the kick off the return team. Like I said, this dude can make some plays and very athletic and skilled. This is what you don't expect to have here. Right? And then if you look at a team like the Jaguars, you just get our protection right. There it is, a block kick, which leads to another loss of points for the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's little things, but it also really certain big things. Those two big plays.
Yeah, and Doug Peterson, I mean, he's seen it all, so he's not panicking. He just knows he's got to nip this in the bud early on. Adam was already talking about this being a turnaround experience for them last year. You can see how that happened. The team spending extra time, just them together over there. Let's get to you, Adam, though, on just other stories going on around the league right now.
We're still watching Rabbi. This summer, at just about any point, but that was the preseason. Today is the Chargers. The Chargers will be without Joey Bosa and Derwin James under defense Sunday football. As for Derek Carr, he's also most of the spring season, but he went through practice the last 2 weeks to go reps. The starting offense and the good news is that he's going to be starting behind center today. It surprises some people that he's a setback at the beginning of the season. And he had a really close start to his game against the Buccaneers. It's a similar story with Deshaun Watson. Really didn't roll very well. He started, but they want to see how he's doing. Warm-ups first because he hasn't been playing. So Kevin Stefanski got them watching him, making sure he's okay. But they plan to have Deshaun Watson at a mid-game Super Bowl showdown against the Baltimore Ravens. The Browns are off to a very strong start.
We'll keep you updated on both of those injury situations on countdown later. But for now, back to Wednesday as the Jags are looking to right the ship. 1-2 so far this season after a loss to the Texans last week. Back in the familiar confines of Wembley Stadium. So the time on countdown with the game getting ready to be kicked off in London. A look at Ted Lasso and the impact that the Texans has had on American football. Teddy will be dialed into that. And before John Robinson takes the field against the Jags, we have an animated Toy Story broadcast on ESPN+. The Falcons running back takes it back to his own childhood.
I'll introduce myself. Today, I'm the shower. Download the TRILLIONAIRE kids.
What makes a trip unforgettable? What gets your valid, unforgettable travel experiences?
This October 10th and 11th, Prime Big Deal Days give Prime members exclusive access to 2 days of big savings, which means you're kind of a big deal. Prime Big Deal Days, October 10th and 11th, only for Prime members.
Frozen faces, hot dog, finding silver linings, season, and never forget the silence
What do you think your teeth really are? Let's try the tissue test. Oh, still yellow. Whitening toothpaste can only do so much. There's toothpaste white and there's Crest 3D White Strips white. They whiten like a $400 professional treatment. So much whiter. Crest. When your gut is out of balance, your body gives you signs. So if you're frustrated with occasional bloating,
Gas or abdominal discomfort? Help stop the frustration and start taking a line every day. A line probiotic was specifically designed by gastroenterologists to help relieve your occasional digestive upsets, so you can enjoy life. When you feel the signs, it's time to try a line.
You need oxygen. Orthotics make your shoes too tight. Now there's Comfort Arch Plus, the adjustable compression band. With a built-in orthotic arch zipper that won't fix to your foot, so you can comfortably wear them in any shoe, even barefoot. For all-day support and relief, exactly where you need it, whenever you want. Dress shoes, tennis shoes, local styles, doesn't matter which one. This fits your foot, your foot fits your shoes. That's it. Comfort Arch Plus, available at these 5 stores. Everything hurts. You need relief. It's deeper than ice. You need Tyler. Everything on split that needs beyond hope to take control of the game. Tyler's powerful pancake formulation is a great to help world-class athletes become faster. Tyler Primary Spray. Alleviate muscle pain, joint pain, even back.
I can still be active and yet not feel aches and pains when I'm sitting there for long hours.
Tyler Primary. Available at these fine retailers.
Just one single try virtually lends itself to the surface, making it easily missed. So, get the new Flex Super Glue because it works. Honey. No cool severe honey. Powerful home food with a dreamy honey taste. No cool honey. The nighttime stifling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, honey-licious, sleeping cool medicine. Sunday NFL countdown is presented by Snickers. Maybe you just need a Snickers.
Beautiful day in England as Trevor Lawrence getting ready to go. 3 touchdowns and 3 back-to-back games for the Jags offense, trying to get right against this Atlanta defense today. Well, the Sunday slate starts in London, but it doesn't slow down all day. The Dolphins head to Buffalo for an early AFC East showdown. The Ravens and Browns, that rivalry in Cleveland. Patriots, maybe Cowboys. The Commanders head to Philly before that. Get on the move because the matchups are great from breakfast to bedtime tonight. Let's get to our opening kick. Rex, what do you want to say?
Washington right here. The big 4 sack guy right here. I don't know, but this guy is just done. By the way, just so you know, he's 13 NFL in completion percentages. So to me, it's not all bad for the Eagles. And I don't think the Eagles is the 1 o'clock game that I want to see. Yes, the Miami Dolphins going to Buffalo. Man, ignore the noise, but I've been hearing coming out of Miami by Tua Tagovailoa. Last week, 18 for 18 in between the levels, 250 yards. But guess what? He's going against this Buffalo defense. David's White is back. No Poyer played night to hide. Communication is going to be a must-see. 1 o'clock, I'll be watching this game.
How about this one? Zeke is going back to Dallas. All right, come on off of a good game where he rushed for 80 yards, 5 yards a carry, going up against his own team. And you know the New England Patriots are going to try to pound that rock to slow down this slanted, penetrating, pass rushing defense of the Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons and that crew wants to bounce back because the Arizona Cardinals, as you see here, 222 count produces wide, 222 yards against his offense. Can they bounce back? We will see Patriot Cowboys. Can't wait to see it.
Well, hey guys, it's the calendar first to October. You know what song you win? It's our Johnson. You like the boogeyman. Oh my goodness, Randy Moss. But he is flat out scary. Somebody on the Cleveland Browns is not freaking Miles Garrett. Are you the boogeyman? Or like the Undertaker. Oh, you need to be fireworks over there. Place found on the NFC North. Miles Garrett down for
This is perfect for the kids on this side. Falcons and Jags available in 2 broadcasts on ESPN+. One Rockets broadcast will be a little traditional coverage during That's the job. Robinson. So for more on that, we bring in Drew Carter and McFarland right after this.
As a kid, I always just put the ball. I would introduce myself. It's everybody that I was and I look back over the yells right now as kids.
He had every good quality in the man. And we never saw him out of nowhere. That was his security blanket. John just had such a passion for the sport. 6 o'clock in the morning, would have the TV on, and I would hear,
As a kid, I've always had good things. I like this football. Pixar's my favorite. Willie's my favorite. He's just like the most positive. It's a lot of dad's characters in Pixar. Dash, it's like it wasn't ready for me, and I mean, I'm a pretty cool cartoon character, honestly. And even if I'm really considered being cool, I'd be able to see it, so I'm excited to see it.
Don't disagree. Live from Andy's room in the world of Toy Story. Hello to Drew Carter. Guys, you look real good. So rude. Can you guys give us a heads up for what we're going to see on this broadcast today?
Well, first of all, it's great to see you guys. When we first did this, Booker was like twice as big as I was, and I was like, I gotta fix this. I know Booker's actually bigger than I am in real life, but besides, it's not that much different. It's gonna hit loose, and the game is happening in London. It's animated live here in Andy's room, but we're seeing some of the highlights. It looks incredible. Yeah, it's incredible, but I mean, that's not very easy. I look good at animated. Like, I look very good at animated. I mean, I look good in person, but I also look good animated. It's gonna be fun. Like, this is such a cool deal. To be animated, to bring the game, bring some fun to the kids, and also to be in Andy's room. Like, we've seen the game on turf and grass, but to play the game on carpet is going to be unique.
Trying to make it weird in Andy's room, but I'm hearing that there's a lot of spandex involved in this. Do we have that shot? Can we see what's really going on?
Please no.
Guys, I mean,
there is a lot of spandex going on. If I stood up, America might change the channel. So
we're all wearing Spanx today. I'm with you. That's going to be amazing. It's going to be very hard to keep Randy Moss from watching the Toy Story broadcast while doing our show. I need you to focus. I know we've got a bunch of big kids up here, but let's get back out to Wembley. Guys are getting ready to go at Wembley Stadium. Ritter trying to fire up the guys. Are we going to find out what Desmond Ritter is made of today on the road? Do we think the Falcons are going to start throwing it around, or are they going to stick to the ground game? We will soon find out. Still to come on Countdown. Trevor Lawrence looking to rebound today after a tough loss last week. Jack's QB explains why he's been playing with a little added motivation since last year.
People don't always know how to ask for help, but I believe if we can help, we should help. Okay, here we go. I get this. Nice and easy. Sometimes people need help asking for help. We did. People charged to me. Do you need help, Mary?
I have a lot of severe Crohn's disease. Now these guys. Significant symptoms of scabies, including less abdominal, fewer bowel movements, and fluids. Scabies is the first in all the I-23 coalition and endoscopy. The majority of people with scabies achieve long-lasting remission and
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight the vehicle. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms got a vaccine or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with scabies. People are excited about what AI will do for them. We're excited about what AI will do for business. Introducing Watson X, a platform designed to multiply output or training AI with your data. When you Watson X your business, you can build AI to help coders code faster, customer service respond quicker, and employees handle repetitive tasks in less time. Let's create AI that transforms business with Watson X. IBM, let's create. What makes a tree unforgettable? With ViralRabbi, unforgettable travel experiences.
Visit us in store or online.
Everyone is ready for Monday Night Football. Geno Smith and the Seahawks ready to take away the Big Apple, while Daniel Jones and the G-Men are ready to make a giant statement. The Seahawks and Giants today on ESPN and ABC.
Payday. Easy credit working. When your money's good, you feel good. Somebody up in the couch kitchen. With an incredible something new.
It's plenty of those snacks making your party better. Eat their lunch. Sarah puts in like restoration candy stores, whether the lunch right to right and keeps it that way for life. Stop wasting your time on solutions that don't last. Sarah Coats Candy includes everything you need to go from this to this. Simply wipe away oxidation, give it a light sand, and apply the serum coating. That's it. The true ceramic technology does the rest. Buy any of Sarah Coats' #1 selling ceramic products for under $20 at these leading retailers today.
Back in England, where the game kicks off between the Falcons and Jags in about half an hour at Wembley Stadium. Big day for both teams, but especially Trevor Lawrence, year 3 for the former #1 pick. He led the Jags to an AFC South title last season. 25 touchdown passes and 8 interceptions, tied for the 5th best ratio in the league. But after winning that season opener, the Jags lost 2 straight. In year 3, he knows he still has a lot to prove.
Everybody's tired about Jacksonville. Tired about the rest of the past. It's going to be a part of, you know, how the culture's formed. It's kind of funny how things have changed.
That's right. Everybody's been saying Trevor Lawrence is that next step. We're used to hearing that, and it was pretty good last year. So today against the Falcons, what does taking that next step look like?
Well, number one, you got to take care of the and then he's just got to get really better. Like, that's it. And no mistakes, but that's good.
I'm with you on that, Rex, and I like how you just make it simple. Just be efficient for the letter, because that's really what it is. It's got to play around this guy, because defensively, okay, game planning around and seeing this guy on the field defensively, he's not talked about like he's Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or those players at the end. You got to worry about the quarterback. He is not there. Okay, just because you're drafted number one overall doesn't mean you're going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. I'm not calling Trevor a bust. I'm just saying everybody around him has to pick this young man up so then he can be pushing for the is he supporting the pass? All that is talking about what Coach Peterson done. He laid it out. I need to see right here. I need to see big one power. 101 yards. Get right there to show me. Him out of the backfield. He has weapons around him everywhere. We forgot about Christian Kirk. We're talking about Ingram going across the middle. So there are some weapons everywhere for the Jacksonville Jaguars. The weapons have to be the bottom line with this team, I think that Peterson was also talks about his team this week, saying he says, we're worried about the pass. We're reading our press conference. It's a young team. That's playing at 8 overall. So all the talk about the offensive
I'm interested in what you think this game's going to look like in terms of points. Is this a high-scoring game, or is this all getting done on the ground and we're keeping it low scoring?
I would think it's a high-scoring game because, first of all, Arthur Smith wants to be on the other side of the ball. Only rushing for 20 yards last week. He's like, fellas, we are going to run this rock and take care of our quarterback, and I can maybe save throws for him because he knows even that offensive for Atlanta, protect him last week. And that's what Arthur Smith doesn't want to get into a situation where he's got to drop back sack and that rushes.
But at what point do you want to see what you have in Ritter? Do you give him a little more today when you're out there?
See that? Okay, I want to just give me a 36 completion. Let's run the football, let's keep it conservative, where the third down to manage, where we can still play that horizontal game, where Ritter doesn't have to drop back in 5 seconds to drop. He's going to be full of talent.
Ritter has a supporting pass around him too. To answer your question, 38 pass attempts last week. Bring him in a little bit, man. There's nothing around his news, the running backs, in and out of the backfield. I think that's really what I'm
Cordell Patterson, yes. Maybe that's what you do again this year too. Like a Joker, you may have enough creativity to use him. Arthur Smith, I see how to use him too.
I can't believe I just heard Randy Moss said, reel the quarterback in. They don't need to throw it so much. All right, they don't have Randy Moss out there, so that makes sense. Let's get to the star of the show, being Randy Moss, a new edition of You Got Lost. We're doing all Falcons Jags today, all time. What do you have for us?
One of the most underrated wide receivers that I've ever seen with my eyes. But I want to give a shout out to Jacksonville Jaguars. Wide receiver Jimmy Smith. Man. That's great. Jimmy Smith, I hope you're well, my man. That's all on number 5. All time. Jaguars win Bill 2004. Jaguars got nothing. Who did he find? There he is, Jimmy Smith. Let him clap it like that, Chris. I hope you're doing well too. But you know what the words are. You're all about something. You got all like number 4 from 1998 Jags against the Eagles. That's Michael quarterback Mark Brunell. Another underrated guy. Great player. Kenny McCardell in the end zone. Goes up to the touchdown grab. This play. We throw an eye to Andrew.
Number 3, you know we can't talk this without Julio goes back. Oh my God! You had balls. You know they got toss. Oh my God!
All right, number 2, Matt Ryan from picoftheday goes to over the defender. You know what the words are.
Touchdown number 1. Patriots. Who's over to put you on here? I did not know the Super Bowl. Hope you will too, my friend. I was up over the sideline. Man, this might be the best catch in the Super Bowl history. Right there, bro. You're on that 7 for the other time. You got
game. Today might be the day. He showed me something new. Drake London sure hopes so as the Falcons get set to take on the Jazz from Wembley Stadium. We'll get folks to kick off out in London. Coming up, we take you inside the popular show Ted Lasso and the impact he's having on NFL coaches, including Falcons coach Arthur Smith.
This house is
Feeling sluggish and weighted down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't at its best. Metamucil gummies make it easy to get the fiber you need, promoting your digestive health for a better you. Metamucil gummies, the easy way to get your daily fiber.
What would the ideal weight loss program look like? No hunger, no cravings, no isolation, or energy, lasting results, and ease. Is that possible? It is with Gola. These people changed their lives with Gola without starvation diet. Whether you have 100 pounds to lose or want to shed those final 20, try Gola for 60 days and then buy it again.
shine and slickness in less than 30 minutes. Look at the difference with Cerakote's true ceramic technology. The level of gloss and slickness is unbelievable. Cerakote increased slickness by an incredible 72% compared to unbelievable. Everything just slides right off. Simply spray it on and let it buff it with the infinite microfiber towels. That's it. Everything's gone. And water flows right off.
Professional art detail. Cerakote's ceramic paint seal is a legal type.
Guaranteed to be the glossiest, slickest, and easiest to apply paint seal you have ever used. Get professional gloss, shine, and protection for your vehicle by any of Cerakote's #1 selling ceramic products for under $20 at these leading retailers today. Sunday Morning Football is back on NFL Network. The must-see showdown from across the pond. As Trevor Lawrence and the Jags. Josh Allen and the Bears. Live from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London. Rise, shine, and watch real football. Next Sunday on the NFL Network.
Series champions!
This is Fubo TV. It's a better way to watch live news, shows, and sports without cable. Watch multiple games at once with multi-view. Try free at FuboTV.com.
Tommy John's latest innovation is here. Introducing new Pouch Runner. A one-way to TV that provides smooth daily support to muscle and insanely soft. It works like keeping the spin and clean the process chicken around the smoothly. Check out our 5-star reviews online right now. This is the price with Pouch underwear and with 20% off your first order at TommyJohn.com.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Welcome back to Sunday NFL Countdown. Presented by Schmidt.
Today will be the 25th regular season NFL game played at Wembley Stadium. Capacity of 90,000 fans, the largest capacity stadium the Jags or Falcons will play in all season. Both teams looking to please the UK crowd as they try to bounce back from last week's losses. Maybe they just need a little positive inspiration from another American believe.
I love the show. Sometimes when you're feeling a little down, put that lasso on, you always feel better about yourself.
How I feel last
While many of these shows influences in the NFL and college soccer, we've seen post-game celebrations in other ways.
my favorite part of the job was after a win,
Here's Ted's signature song, which found imitators everywhere, including among the Atlanta Falcons.
that was in the 21 season. We see that belief comes from all over the place.
Coaches can also relate to Ted's techniques for handling difficult players. Read it down when GP talks.
I remember Jerry season 1 where you
Yeah, take a shit. I remember taking a shit.
sometimes you get that there. I can remember having gone through something like the coaches that I've had the experience through this process have all been very curious, very open-minded, the way they've received these shows and collaborated with us.
Man, I love it. I just with that dash too. It feels like it's just a reminder to these coaches to be yourself. People want you to be authentic. Rex, you were a great example of that. But watching that piece, honestly, all I could think about was us at Halloween last year. When we were in there with Roy Grant and Run over. Can you give us a Danny Rojas? And Rex was there with no hair. Oh, man. I love the shift in coaching philosophy, though, that you can still be tough on guys and love them and care about them. You're a great example of that. Let's get to our picks in this game for Falcons Jags. Bright and early, right
They've got to come out of this. This is too talented. Use that ball. It's not a short. All these high drafts, they should rush the passer. The Lions did 7 sacks against River last week. I think the defense is going to step up in a big way for Jacksonville. And if they're missing that game, so I'm going to take it.
With all this talent on both sides of the ball, we talked about both sides, but I think this really did do something that Jacksonville really needs. That's the grass and the last number of the ball. I talked to other guys in the box, still going into it. All they talk about is that I really want to see a big day out of him.
Guys, this is the time both of these teams really have some surgeons. Arthur Smith is trying to develop an identity that these Falcon players all believe in. Behind those running backs, behind them. Rookie quarterback that you can't figure it out. They know they got to protect him. The defense has got to be in place to take complimentary football. So they figure things out. And it seems Arthur Smith had a good week of to believe that he could protect that. But then there's the Jaguars. Jaguars, like people say, you know who you are. You know all that talent you have, right? So here's the really getting into it, saying, this is who we are. We need to be on a consistent basis. So really, at the top of the show, we talked about the identity of the teams and which coach can get their team to play in London. I think it's going to be. I think he's going to get them going. This is another more experienced team. They're going to go in. They're going to believe in it. Second of this week, I'm going with the Jags.
All right, so you're all taking the Jags, but here's what I will remind you. The Falcons have won 4 straight against the Jags. Jacksonville's last win all the way back in 2017. This is the start of a new era for this Falcons team. I know they lost last week, but they have been off to a surprising start. Mostly because of that guy right there, Deshaun Robinson. It's not going to look like it looked last week. He goes off today. Drake London has a big day, and the Atlanta Falcons get a win in London. That's my pick for this early game. That will
London calling to the faraway fans for this endless celebration of American football on a balmy beginning to October. This is a party, folks, and when they say one of the most iconic venues in the world, this walk, all NFL teams are represented. Fans have circled this day. They waited a long time for this. Some are really down, some are clueless, but they are all fired up for the Falcons and the Jaguars. What an impressive kickoff. It's a unique experience, it really is. An impressive atmosphere here. Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars are hoping to trip across the pond and spark an offense that's been lacking so far. For Atlanta, the guy bringing the juices, the electric rookie, Bijan Robinson. Both teams hungry for a win as they come off the losses. Chris Robert, Louis Riddick, Will Hartman will join us. It's hard to describe it. This is so unique. You were here 30 years ago at the World League and running around the old Wembley Stadium.
Yeah, as a 22-year-old just trying to find his way back to the NFL. But I remember this place, how iconic it is, how iconic it was back then, and how iconic it's going to be in the future. It really is a trip.
And we've had an incredible week. You don't look like you played for 30 years, folks.
Hey,
A lot of time.
It's the 10th London game for the Giants, the first of back-to-back. They take on the Bills next week, and they're hoping the trip across the pond can spark this team, ignite an offense that's way too talented to struggle the way they have so far.
They have to get Trevor Lawrence to Calvin Ridley back. It started this season so well. The last 2 weeks, it's not there. Part of it is because the unique ability of Calvin Ridley. You can put him to the field in the suddenness of his routes, and then Trevor Lawrence option for the podcast drive this ball before he's even out of that cut all the way to the sideline. And then the ability to once again kind of stretch into the field one-on-one, throw the road route, walk the stop route. Trevor's throwing it at the same time, and then they're tracking all the ability of Calvin Ridley. If the Jacksonville Jaguars kind of pull themselves out of this moment win today, that duo has to come.
Won't be easy though, because Ridley's former team, the Falcons, play aggressive defense, and they are fired up to face him. Meanwhile, the Falcons' offense, Mason Rudolph has been struggling as well, but Bijan Robinson, the running back, has been doing a game for him.
yeah, I'll tell you, you expect him to do everything. And overall, he can draft as a running back. He represents 34% of the runs from scrimmage. He does it in a variety of ways. On head coach off the spit, uses him out of the backfield as a traditional runner. He'll split him out of the backfield as a receiver. He runs all the routes that wide receiver would run. As you see here on these highlights, he can run with power, he can make it consistent with finesse. And he is the guy who does provide the juice to this offense. He will produce the explosive plays. They're going to count on him today. They'll count on him the rest of the season. They'll count on him his entire career.
He just brings a smile wherever he goes. If Atlanta can get the win, get to 3-1, that would be a tremendous start. Meanwhile, don't worry, he is attached to bungees and to Wembley Stadium. Atlanta and Jacksonville in London. Should be a lot of fun.
What even is this? Don't touch my things, bro. Dennis, when you bundle your home arrangers with your auto, it also provides 24/7 protection for almost everything you own. But do you really need it? It's from his dog chase now. Foot treadmill. Medical Tuesday jealous. First one says, have a dog, oxygen therapy. Can't live without oxygen. Follicle poppers. They make it. Really? Can Progressive cover that too? Yes. Hi, Janice.
Feeling sluggish and weighed down? Could be a sign you're not getting enough daily fiber. Metamucil capsules can help. 7 fiber gels to track and remove the ways that weighs you down, promoting digestive health and better you. Metamucil capsules, an easy way to get more daily fiber. It's the more deeply and make that vision. Tripl's new magic is sleep 20% faster and less aches and pains and sleep only by eating.
Fine guys, I noticed that we like to make things. They're fueled by inspiration. Inspiration has something called topics. Change makes the progress, but embracing it changes everything. Yeah, imagine that.
At Consumer Cellular, we offer amazing 5G coverage backed up by incredible customer service. But that wouldn't mean much without super low prices. We're only going to pay as much as the largest carriers. Guess what? AARP members get savings.
Switch to Consumer Cellular now and get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at only $20 a month.
Sometimes John Russell can fall asleep, so he takes it. The world's number one sleeping brand. But next thing, so now he wakes up feeling like himself. The reigning family room middleweight champion. Better days start with Secret Lens. Hello, America. Welcome to Wembley Stadium. Is it big enough for you? For everyone who ever played here, it's a massive slice of heaven. You talk about massive. Just look at these guys. The Jaguars are practically British, here for the 10th time, hoping this trip across the pond like this ship. The Falcons, Bijan Robinson has his team rocking and rolling. For 100 years, this place has seen it all, including American football. This is London. Today, it's
There also feel like emergencies, the weighted expectations of the playoff win a year ago. A lot was expected of Trevor Lawrence and his team, but they're now feeling a little bit like the hunted. Got to break out. Important to get this win with a very tough schedule ahead. ViralRabbi working at number 0 going against his former team today.
When you think about Calvin Ridley's importance in this game, it is worth noting it's the first time he'll have former team in the Atlanta Falcons, and Ridley was trying to act like it was just like any other game earlier in the week. He has changed his words and said, yeah, this one is a little bit different. When you think about what Ridley brings to the table, he certainly regrets the drops. There could have been touchdown passes last week, but they feel like they whited a lot of that when it comes to the timing that you guys talk about with Trevor Lawrence and Calvin Ridley. Look for that early on in this game. One of the things that Doug Peterson did this week to make sure Ridley understands the confidence that they have in him, made him a team captain. So he's already been impressed by the way that Ridley.
At Granger, we're for the ones who the ones who fight to take and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call getgranger.com just that. Granger, with the ones who get it done.
this past year, we've all let ourselves go a little. But now it's time for everyone to step up their game. With Wolf Shepherds, Wolf Shepherds, great with full grain, Italian leather, classy style. They're my go-to shoes because of how they feel. Light, super comfortable. Okay, guys, let's get to work. Following presentation of the National Football League. Look down in London all week, weather has been nice and balmy, 73 degrees and over 32 for Providence and the Jaguars. Just what is the money you tell us? NFL 5 games in Europe, breathing into Germany. Who can get that spark and turn around their season here? Got both anthems. Take us through it. Public person answer is Randy Wright.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and kindly remove your hats for the singing of the national anthem of the United States of America. The colors today are presented by the Royal Air Force Mildenhall Base Honor Guard and the British Army Color Party. The Star Spangled Banner will be performed by singer, songwriter, and country music recording artist Alyssa Bonagura.
Oh, see, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam? What streams and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streamed, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, save us, that star-spangled banner yet
And now, here to perform God Save the King in English. Their offensive line is not really played up to par. They made a change at the left guard position there tonight. You're going to see this offense right now really try to make a concerted effort to get started fast. They only have 20 first half points so far at this point in the season. They have got to correct that and get that started.
And they're off. The Falcons-Jags game continues on ESPN Plus. You can sign up right now to watch it at ESPNplus.com. But on ESPN.
running backs to the second level as often as possible without them having to put somebody this in or break it down. Because now they're out there to become really get caught up in so quickly. It's an issue. They are crucial right now. They've got the fewest yards to go. Which seems like it really is almost impossible. It's very compressing in those situations. Too much for everyone. Not just the quarterback. It's a huge focus on the offense. Play back on 42. He's trying to immediately hands it off. Retouches. This is talking about the motion. The motion hits him outside in. Linebacker matches and you kick it outside there. Turning the spaces. Lead blockers are flat. That's a great start for this offense because they talked about how much they struggle in those short situations. 12 catches. Excuse me, you team that was 50 receiving yards. And last week's loss. Safety in the box. Taking it to return. Short game. These guys have to be This is one of those moments on these 36 seconds. Truman's got to do a great job of seeing where Jason Bates is. Field safety, and finding that matchup. Does Jesse Bates have vision on there? It's Calvin Ridley by himself.
It's a feature of the IG Firehouse the fastest pizza in Jacksonville. Speeds up to 5 gig. Multi-gig overflow Wi-Fi. Low-quality pizza. Starting at $65 per month. IQ Firehouse. Smart choice. It's replacing that your city. So run that safe city maintenance.
Jacksonville's going to throw a lot of different ones and increase snap control. The second thing to do is really try not to be so perfect. Just make sure you get it away from the receiver's chances on the outside.
attempt to watch and step aside. Possession 2 for the Jacksonville offense coming up. Welcome back to life. A slow start, but weak games in the season for the Eagle Jacksons of the Bear. So a 6-start pickup. They become playoff group. So coming back Ever since he came on Clemson and Adams, he's such a tremendous athlete. I want to see him all in that Jacksonville. This is 4 down to 2. Is that change? Press kick play call.
this a moment where you had to take one of those shots? Or some bigger bodies on the field? Maybe he was trying to learn some things from teaching about the time when run the football recovery runs against anti-scrum time. Yep, interesting. You called me wrong. I'm overseeing. And the ball with the
What the fuck are you doing? Yo, look at this one. What's going on here? What's it? I like how you're playing that song. You get it done. Jesus Christ, this is getting crazy up here. Yo, wow. Yo, I'm just dreaming.
inside of your big feet. You have no time for no reason. That's why we come here.
That's what it is inside once again. Arthur Smith told us last week against Detroit on the original takeoff of this one. Right now, this person you see left side of the picture is his physicality. The chance that one of us come out with the highest individual physical because he doesn't want to think this guy's an athlete. He turned out to think he has the absolute passion as far as what he is. Keep it calm. He's got it.
Tight end for that state. Lots of mistakes that came on Jacksonville this season. Big game. A solid game inside the 25.
Football is back. Buy your fantasy team. Check. Grill. Check. Fancy grill. Chips and dip. Check. Backyard barbecue. Passport. Check. Trillion check. Check. Platforms. Check. Check. Every emotion is all safe.
This is good eye desert. You're going to get higher bids running perfectly right here. And if he comes off the net line, he hangs inside, then we are going to work outside the John Smith platforms in the back. Keep the back inside the ball for that one time. Very good job. 1 to 2. This slide right to all the shots. Right side. Just don't force the
No.
One of their trademarks is how quickly Trumman wants guys get the ball out of his hands. And if that was where we kind of maybe we should see an offense that sets themselves up for this critical situation and get these guys running across the field. Mesh concepts, zone concepts, and smart.
Yeah, only two of them got the ball out of place first. So far this year. Rookie backfield number 32. Yeah, this one's hit. Stop it. It's go down. Like Hughes. You see the pop Hughes is very good. You see Jordan took off at 22 last days on the long legs there. I think they have no field. He looks like a second receivers in the league. Those kinds of abilities against the top two power receivers. And you see that on Sunday.
Yeah, he's not as like laterally available. He has some quick setting component that he does in college, but he's still capable of being big and athletic down the field. And one of those things is at the start of this game, he takes off and runs and it's great. And then you can run into it for yards and downs. So it's that running, kind of getting through progression, take it off and run and stop the run.
Because they want to use just about nothing. So far they can't get anything more than a yard on first down. And that's a good first down.
They have got to get the playoffs in place. All the things that they've done is something that is a stick that the Marcus and his offense, they have to do the great thing they want to do. If you don't continue to try and get the thing that you like the best, it's going to get even tougher. And that's the only way they can do this. I mean, this is incredibly creative and effective running game. Unless you start making some chunks in your catch and force it, it's so hard to go down. It's hard to get this capacity. He honestly said it's really hard not to try to get the football too much. He said that he had other players in college, and TRILLIONAIRE, and he
Stop him. Stop him, stop him, stop him. Gosh, I'm good. Fine. Fine. No, whatever.
Step, it's a slant and a flat. Re is what we call a down flat. Flat reach down is divided to the sideline. Now, igers is what the igers underneath for the slant. He goes over the top like this right there. That ball should have kicked to that flat right overhead. That is that simple. Yes, A, yes, pivots. Top, one, over, sit, right back. Really elegant there. Sit up to the center of the shot on this line. That's exactly what the play is.
Stop him. Stop him. Yeah. Yes. You should head like the shot. It's good. Yeah. You like, did you love it? Yeah. Maybe. Maybe like, did you like it? Did you like it much as Super Cat? Like, would you like Super Cat? Super Cat! What the hell happened? They're gonna show you attention? We just saw this. He's gonna fumble it. Here. His teammate can have it. 23. He's Jordan. Oh, remember when it was like, hey everybody, let's watch the football. It was like, sorry, 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 sorry. Yeah, can't believe it. Sorry. Oh, what happened? Okay. Yo. Hey. Stream 2. You should stream 2. Stream 2. Fine. Yes. Throw a touchdown. Oh, shit. That was so shitty. That was shitty. Well, players I've ever seen in history of mankind. That's so funny. I feel like my brain is like, that's so funny. Last time I laughed off my brain. It's like, what fucking went down with it? Everyone just sucks. I would throw it, I would throw it there, I would throw it there, I would have gotten this guy. He's wide fucking open in the end zone. Everyone just sucks. I thought that was first down. First down. What's your favorite program? Oh. There's no boxing UFC. There's some chip shop upstairs. This place sucks. You saw that one. You saw that one. What else do you see? I don't know. What else do you see? He sucks. That's nasty. Yeah, I think that's nasty. What sucks, man? He sucks. Sean TV combs. That's the thing. He combs that so much. Sean TV combs. Sean TV combs. Sean TV combs. Who's your favorite Sean TV combs guy? Huh? Nice. Oh. He of the Bad Boy family? He's my favorite member of the Bad Boy family that was playing Sean TV combs. Nice. Oh, for sure, man. Who's your favorite member of the Sean TV combs Bad Boy family? What's on the Sean TV combs? His name? That guy? Who is that? Benedict? Somebody douche? Francis Bentley. My favorite Francis Bentley. Hey? Francis Bentley? Francis Bentley is a good guy. What happened to Francis Bentley? Francis Bentley. Wait a second. Francis Bentley. Francis Bentley. Suck my dick. Francis Bentley. Suck my dick. Francis Bentley. Suck my dick. Wait a second. 3 seconds in a row. Oh shit. Oh that. I almost called that. You suck. That is terrible. That was an easy second. 30 seconds. You gotta go. That was one of the easiest 30 seconds I've ever seen. Rap in my entire life. Like the king of my life. I've never seen this like rap before. That's silent. That's good. What was your favorite part of that? The TV? Hey? Oh, for sure, man. These are. These are. I don't know. The camera thing. But they're not. They're at least not counting. Alright, I'll be back. What? No, fucking body is. Fucking bitch. Not anything to that fuck. Fucking bitch. Then what? Going the ball? You should throw the ball. How many times should you throw the ball? What would you do? I'd do chocolate flavors. Chocolate. Please up there. Chocolate option. What about me? Yeah, whatever. 32 seconds. Stop. Yeah, man. Chocolate option. Option. 3 seconds. Triple 3 seconds. I put that. I call it the triple option. I like that one too. Because the triple option. It's part of the option. And you can get it over. How the triple option. The reason is good, huh? Probably not close. That's kind of good. I don't think probably should be of course. I got 2 tiny of the drug laws. Are you a drug law fan? It's like good. It's good. How about? Yes. You can feel that sexual effect. I do. I know. Like, you've ever been in by the exclusion? Nope. This is very child. All have failed. For you? And the public can do it. Are you watching this one? There's some channel pronounce the party's over. And they won. I don't know. So, you're wrong. Okay. Okay. And he loves sriracha. And he loves chicken. This looks what? This is what it's called. Baby chicken cake. Why? That's what I probably did. Why? He's always big. I'm from California. You take the 5 and the 4 5. You can take the 5, 4, 4, 5, 1, 2, or 5.
it's early in the second half of the and football, it's getting desperate out of the pocket.
All right, so when you're like 4 moments behind the game, all down inside 25, this is going to be that's how they play games as a team. When it's all good, it's patience. This is the bracket. Everything's on the table. But you got to be mistakes and get the ball back to the other team. I think if you want through course, it's built back to it's very easy throws and decisions. secondary safety system protecting the first time. What's up, side? Let's get something going here, Delta. We've all had these backstage embarrassing experiences. We've also had experiences in restrooms and bathrooms where we went in and we no longer in the and it felt very good, right? And what I mean by the personal retreat of being locked into yourself, and I mean just the fact that, you're out there in public, you're at a party, you're bored of the conversation, or you're involved in a conversation you want to get out of. You just need an excuse. So when you say, hey, I'm tired, I'm tired, and you get into that. You don't have to go, I guess. And so you end up in the restroom. The funniest thing about restrooms is that once you're in that stall, you can wait until it's good. You don't have to anything. That's how bathrooms are created. Therefore, we're into technology. And so it's no surprise to me that finally, and that sometimes what happens at very early times with you and me as a human, I would say Western civilization in general, freedom has been practically taken away. I love this quote from ViralRabbi. My kids always perceive the bathroom as a place where you can build it, and so I was going to do that. It's true, right? You're making it cute, you get out of bed, you go to the bathroom. That's the way things are. Today's emphasis, of course, is on small and large. So let's just start out with the basics of ViralRabbi. Okay? So this is where the sage advice and the pearls of design wisdom begin to fall. So be ready. Be ready for the big day. Okay. Now we're defining the activities. Okay? In other words, we're defining areas. Here and there and here and everywhere. Right? It's content activities. A small task, always there, with an open mind. Making you back into a date as possible in order to open as much of the welcome bag of space, what really does that mean to you? Well, relationship. And it doesn't mean that you're just going to sleep in a small bag. But the idea that a small bag with desired design and aesthetic and might appeal. And when I say this, I'm not talking about colors and materials. I'm talking about conceptually, okay? I'm talking about the first principles, the fundamentals of small bag. Open concept with destination within, but no barriers in between those two. I'll take an example with Reels. For instance, what you've heard me talk about before, and we'll mention again today, the cordless plier, which is now way beyond a trend in all of design from TRUMAN, we have designed a standard cordless plier, maybe two of them are in this trend, maybe two, and that's because they were either structurally impossible to achieve the cordless, or the client for whatever reason just really, really wanted the cordless. Otherwise, what we do is we will pull back, we'll lower, we'll reset that flower pan without a cord so that we're gliding, gliding up, okay? Now, of course, you have the stop, you know, it's a destination, but there's no line or barrier in between that destination and maybe where you're standing at the ground. Therefore, psychologically, emotionally, the space is one space and you're standing in a much more serene and open space. So that's just one simple example of a big bag versus small bag floor plan concept. Now, when we talk about how does this fit in a bag? Okay. Now, some of you are wrestling with just trying to, hey, I mean, this bag, and it's small, and we're thinking that I can do that small bag. Others are remodeling bathrooms and bedrooms together. Maybe it's an en-suite type concept with changing the bedroom. The question is, how much space do you allocate to one or the other? That may be a pros and lines that you get to determine how large the bedroom is relative to the bathroom. I'm clear what exceeds your size, but the advice I maintain here is that the bathroom should be big enough, but never too big.
This move.
He's staying there because too loud for his eyes. And then all of a sudden, that ball is right behind him.
No way, Deshaun Watson's out. That was beautiful. No God, this is fucking amazing. What up, bro? Thanks, baby. I wonder if anybody else was fucked up. Easy. Beauty. Oh, fun. Surrender. Score. How many goddamn points does this motherfucker have? Come on, Sheila. Sure. This fucking that's not gangster. Why? Why do you do that? I get it. Do that. Yeah. Why? Yeah. It makes it. Verify. When's the last time fans rushed the field? New pros. I'm not going to that other swimming field. Buffalo did it. Look at this one. Yo, dog. What up, baby? Thanks, Section. Yo, something's gonna happen. I'm gonna die. Look at this one, Yoshi. Yo, Yoshi. That's how you live. One of them. One of them. Two of them. Two of them. Three of them. Four of them. 4 and 2. 4 and 3. 4 and 4. 5 and 4. 6 and 4. 7 and 4. 7 and 5. 8 and 5. 8 and 6. 8 and 7. 9 and 7. 9 and 8. 9 and 9. 10 and 9. 10 and 10. 10 and 11. Uh-oh. 10 and 12. 11 and 12. 11:13, 12:13. That's to be expected. Like and Sean Austin's fucking gave them more of oh. There you go, kid. Commanders, strong as ever. Do your kids. 5 seconds left. What do you do? Last place, gotta be. No. 1 second. That was a bad call. Roll out. Roll out. Austin Field. Roll out. No way. Go for 2. They won't because they're a bunch of pussies. Mistakes. Yeah, cool. Well, there's overtime. Still pretty cool. What do you mean this isn't a catch? This should be a catch. One. That's a catch. Next one. No more than 110 will follow. Each team must possess every opportunity to put this ball. The exception is the team that gets the ball first scores a touchdown on opening possession. That doesn't make any sense. That's just a college rules. Stop him. That's still done. A bunch of boys. Throw the ball. Take it.
6 on the road to self-video.
Just to win the game. Do this one. Who do you blame? Commanders? They should have gone for 2. Wow.
majority of his damage, one of the most elite slot receivers in the entire league. I think we saw that down there. It's continuing to get jet sweeps. That people have identified where 388 is. Prescott's here. I love it. The drop back of under center more than a bit. But the long drop back to the quick release. I feel like watching the all-time records. You mentioned those long sustained drives. The amount of plays they run deep in their opponent's red zone is contingent upon being very good on first and second down. And then their third downs, when they do get to them, are very manageable with less downs. That is the formula of this Mike McCarthy offense. Pass on the downs. Especially up front, a defense trying to get Kyler Murray back on the field on the offensive side. But how about that defense?
This red zone is so sick. I don't know why. I don't know how expensive it is. How much is it for like real people? $80 a year? It's worth it. I mean, this is better than just watching games. I think that's the point, but nevertheless. How do you live in biggest malls? I have sleep. I don't know what you call it, but I call it sleep. And I eat it. Why? I learned it from my dog, I think. These dogs. I had my parents had them, but one of them was my one, one of theirs. And they like Tucson, Tuesday, and Maltese. One of them might have been, for example, Maltese and something like that. Anyway, they produce a huge amount of like glue in their eyes. Why? I don't know. Let's look this up. Tear stains. Overactive tear production. Seashell present miniature poodles of the big particular. So, face grooming, canine eye watch. What works? It's a shit called Angel Eye. Really? Yeah, my parents would buy it. Angel Eyes. This shit is really good. And it keeps your dark eyes from getting that black shit. Anyway, I couldn't afford it because it's pretty expensive. But like, so what would I use? I would just keep doing it on the dog, but no, I used something that got rid of it. What was it? It was like, excess iron taking it overproduction for long-term compounding. Well, my dog, he didn't get it as badly as the Bichon did. He was a Maltese. Beef liver. Really? Yeah. Because why? Here, I've been using Angel Eyes for my Maltese to stain brown. It's so expensive. I've started buying beef of it. So that's what I did too. And it works. Angel Eyes is 100% beef liver, but has cashew preservative in it. Um, I use like beef liver powder or something. Really? Yeah, and that works. Anyway, and my dog used to love, he loved this. I don't know why. He loved it more than anything. When I would remove it from his eyes, he'd lick it because it was salty. Both dogs did. Both Cheyenne and Lucky. And why were they named Cheyenne? Tell us about your dog. They're so cute. Tell us about your dog. Good, okay. I had just, I moved home after living in California, and my parents were kind of sick of me. And I lived there for like almost a year, and my parents told me they, my dad came to me and he's like, "You need to start paying rent." And we got in, I don't want to say we got into a fight. We were just in a fight. We were just in a fight, and then he just said to me, "You need to start paying rent." And I said to him, "If I pay rent, can we get a dog?" And surprisingly, he said, like, okay, I gotta say, I wanted a dog my whole life. All I ever wanted was a dog. And whenever I'd be around a dog, um, I just was like a nut. The first dog around which I lived, uh, the first dog around which I was Collie, which is a miniature collie that my cousins had, which is a really sweet dog. Collie's a really good dog. And Collie barks a lot, but you would too living on the south side of Chicago. Oh, my goodness. What up, baby? Anyway, and Collie was a miniature collie. And Collie went a lot of places with my cousins. And so Collie came to our house on Ironwood. Collie came to our house in Granger. Collie was, I don't want to say Collie always came with them, but a lot of times Collie came with them. So Collie, and I gotta say, Collie saw some shit living on the south side of Chicago. And, but Collie was a good dog. Oh, I know. Collie, I used to think it was funny. Collie used to hump my leg, or hump anyone's leg, and I used to think it was funny because I didn't know what it was doing. So I'd stick my leg out, where I was like, I don't know, I was probably like 7 or 8, and my cousin and I would think it was funny, and my aunt would come in and be like, "You can't, don't stick it like that." Anyway, Collie, I really liked Collie, and Collie lived for a long time. Collie lived for, I don't know, 15, 20 years, something like that. A long time. And at the same time, not the same time, my cousin had Collie. My cousins had Collie for, let's say, like 15 years. And he was getting older. And then they got another dog named Dublin, which is a full-size Collie. And I really like Dublin as well. And Dublin was a was the offspring of the dog in Marley and Me or something. Some dog in Marley and Me, and not that Collie wasn't a good looking dog. I have always thought Collie was a good looking dog, but Dublin was a really good looking dog. Meaning, like, I just remember he had like a really long snout and was just like whatever he was strapped. It looked like Lassie. But just a really good looking dog. Anyway, not that I especially like collies. I mean, my cousins did. They're Irish. They were Browns. Um, I like collies though, and collies become really big. Anyway, I like I was they brought my cousins brought collie, or my cousin collie had died. My cousins brought Dublin, and I kind of felt bad for collie because once they got Dublin, it's like, oh, the new dog, and but they, not to say they didn't get along, they did. They did really well, to my knowledge. Uh, but my cousins got Dublin, and Dublin was my parents had a cookout for 4th of July or something like that. And my cousin and my aunt, no, my cousin probably had already moved to like the DC area. She wasn't there. She's a doctor, and she's some kind of scientist for the government. Anyway, my cousin Tommy, I want to say, was not there. He could have been, but I think he was just hanging out with his friends or something, and he did not come down. But my aunt and my uncle came down, and they brought Dublin. And this was the first time I met Dublin. And I just remember it was like I was bored that day, but my parents hadn't seen. I was really depressed, and it was like my first summer of being home, and this dog just really it, it was going to be exciting to have a dog at our house because we had never, to my knowledge, had a dog at our house, the Westgate house. So then I remember Dublin was there, and my aunt explains to me like where Dublin likes to be petted, and we got to hang out in my backyard, in my parents' backyard. And I remember I just mowed the lawn like 15 times. I used to mow the lawn like a whole bunch of times. I was so bored at this house. I would wake up at like, I don't know, early, and mow the lawn like twice by 9 a.m. I would just mow the lawn. I would mow the lawn twice. I would edge the lawn. I would weed whack the lawn, whatever. I just took really good care of the lawn because I was so bored. Anyway, and I was in the backyard with Dublin, and Dublin was much bigger than Collie was. Anyway, I just remember Dublin and I bonded, and I was petting his stomach. Remember, it was big purple balls, and I would pet his stomach, um, and he would just lie on his back, and all I did the whole afternoon was pet this dog. And my parents had a bunch of their friends over, and they were all watching me come alive a little bit, but also just enjoy this dog. And I would pet Dublin, tongue would be hanging out of his mouth. He was just on cloud nine, just with me petting his stomach, and more like his chest. But anyway, and I got to take him on a walk, which so my aunt taught me like what to do. Like they had a leash. It's not like a gym to try and take him on a walk, but I got to take him on a walk in our neighborhood, and then brought him back and got to pet him some more. And my parents thought I was happy with the dog, but I was really good with the dog too. And they'd never seen me with a dog for an extended period of time. And they just saw that I was someone who was pretty depressed at the time, and this dog brought some joy to my life. Well, 6 months go by, and my parents don't, and like so, my aunt and uncle took their dog back and whatever. Anyway, oh, and I remember the way Dublin would sit. They always said he had good hips, and um, he would just lie down with his hips back. But he was just a really good-looking dog, really nice guy. Anyway, my he was big though, and that's the thing. He was too big for probably their house, but our house too. Um, I mean, he just was a little too big of a dog that we would consider. I think that's why the collie was a miniature collie, and that's why. And I remember collie always had this curly butt. He was a cute dog too. Anyway, so like 6 months go by. It's the middle of the winter. It's like actually February. Um, it's gonna be like February 29th or something like that, and there's gonna be something. Anyway, my dad says to me, I had just gotten a job at the university. I've been working there like 2 months. Well, not really. I only have no, not 2 months. It was after my first month of working. My dad said, "You need to start paying rent," and I said, I didn't disagree with him, but we were in an argument on something. I forget what it was. We were in an argument on something, and he says, "You need to start paying rent." And I said, "If I do, can we get a dog?" And my dad would always say no to getting a dog. My mom and but my dad had two big German shepherds when he was a little boy, and so my dad always had dogs. My mom did not like dogs, so she thought. My mom just wasn't a dog person. She felt that they were. She was always afraid they were going to jump up on her, and dogs can bite you, and dogs are can be dirty, and they're very needy. And my mom was. I'm going to tell you this. My mom was not a dog person at all. Became the biggest dog person in the history of mankind. Huge. The highlight of her day is these dogs. Really? I mean, absolutely. But so for any Redditson out there who's like, we're not getting a dog. I don't want a dog. I don't like dogs. Dogs will change your life. My mother considered herself. Hold on 1 second. What up, baby? I hope you're doing well. I'm in the middle of a call right now, so I can't talk right now, but I hope you're doing well. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I hope you're doing well, Eve. So, dogs will change your life. My mother said, I'll never forget, my mom said, I never understood, I never understood people who were animal people before she got a dog. And she said, I completely understand now. She said it made me value life more. And I would agree with that. It made me value life more. I would say that it's just owning a dog. Not my mom never owned a cat. My mom never had. My mom, the animals that she had growing up, she had a guinea pig named Handy, something like that, and I think that's it. She just had a guinea pig. My grandparents never had a dog. I think. I shouldn't say that. My grandfather had dogs on the farm. He grew up on a farm, and they'd have Scotties. But what would happen with Scotties and like all dogs, they didn't have dewormers back then, and the dog would get worms and die. And it was really hard for him because he'd get a dog, and he loved Scotties. I like Scotties too. I think Scotties are wonderful dogs, but um, Yorkies become really good too. Anyway, but these dogs, um, these dogs were they would die, and so it was really hard for him. Just like when you, I mean, it's that's the difficult thing with a dog. And I know people who might like. I have this employee of mine, Carol, and her husband Jim. I asked them one time. I asked her because she seemed like she'd be a dog person. I said, "Have you ever had a dog?" She said, "Oh yeah, we had dogs, and we had a dog most recently, but." We said never again after this last dog because it was so hard to lose the dog. When the dog dies, it's like losing a member of your family. So um, I I ended up saying to my dad, "Can we get a dog if I start paying rent?" And he said, I expected him to be like, "Fuck no," but he was bored. He had been retired now for some time, and he was bored. And he said, "Maybe." And I'll never forget that. Pushback. I'll never forget. He said maybe. And anyway, and he said, "Ask him. You have to ask your mother." And or he said, "You have to ask mom," or something like that. And I immediately went in. I remember my mom was taking a nap. This happened on a Sunday. I want to say my mom taking a nap, and I said, "Mom, Dad said if I start paying rent, that we can get a dog." And my mom said, "I don't want a dog. I have enough taking care of you and your father." Oh my God. I have enough trouble taking care of you and your father, let alone I don't need a dog to take care of. That's just that's crazy talk. And she's like, "Let me sleep." And I was like, "Okay." So I went on the Humane Society website just to see what they had available right after that conversation. And they had the cutest little white dog. And I didn't really look at a lot of other dogs. I just looked at this dog. And I I went back into my mom's room and said, "Mom, look at this dog." And she said, I told you, I don't want a dog." And I remember, I'm like, "Just like, where are my glasses?" She goes and she looks at it and she's like, "Well, now that's a cute dog." And I said, I know." And I went in and I showed my dad. My dad, I was like, "Look at this dog." Mom said that this is a cute dog. And my dad said, "Yeah, that's a cute dog." And I said, "Well, it's a fake 2-point conversion." Wow. And I said, um, to my, my dad, "Well, do you want this dog?" And he said, "Where is it?" And I said, "He said." And he said, "Well, have mom." And actually, that's not how it happened. That's not how it happened. That's not how it happened. My dad and I had this argument about getting a dog. Maybe on a Saturday or something like that. On Sunday morning, we went. They had like an adoption event at the local pet store, PetSmart, something like that. And I got my parents to go, and we just weren't in love with any of these dogs. And so, actually, what happened? It was something like that. I don't know the timeline exactly, but it was over the course of 2 days or so. My dad was like, "You gotta get a job, or you gotta start paying rent." I said, "Okay, can we get a dog?" I go to my mom and say, "Dad said we can get a dog. If you said we can get a dog." I think there was a pet event the next day, the next morning, or something like that. And she said, I said, "Can we go?" It's at like, I don't know, 11 a.m. We go, and they had dogs there. And my dad always liked the Jack Russell Terrier on Fraser. The Jack Russell Terriers are very, that's good, are very yappy. And they had a Jack Russell Terrier at this PetSmart south of town for this pet event, which I'm telling you, I would later get to know that Jack Russell Terrier better. Or maybe I didn't, but it's like I met this dog before at another time. Anyway, they had a Jack Russell Terrier there, kind of a chubby Jack Russell Terrier that we just didn't fall in love with him. We did not fall in love as a family. And it was like, well, I don't know. And then we went home and my mom was asleep. And I said, "Mom, look at this dog. Look at this white dog." Yeah. And I looked on the website and she looks at it and she's looking at it like this. And she said, "That's a cute dog. Where's that dog?" And I said, "The Humane Society." And and I did not do the work on this. I was really surprised that my mom was even considering getting a dog. And I said, "It's at the Humane Society." And she's like, "Oh, okay, well, call them and tell them we want to see this dog." And I think she might have said, "Okay, well, I'll call him." She's like, "Give me the number and I'll call him and see what we have to do with this dog." And she called and they said, "Well, you can visit the dog." They had some kind of policy where it was like a 24-hour policy where you couldn't adopt a dog right away or something like that. Anyway, my parents said it was a Monday or something like that, and my mom called and said, "I'd like to." Well, it was a Sunday or something, and my mom called the Humane Society. Somebody picked up, and they were like, "Yeah, we have this dog." And my mom said, "Well, we wanna meet the dog. When's the first we can meet it?" And they said, "Well, you can meet it on Monday." And I want to say my mom, since it was the winter, my mom, I don't want to say that. She doesn't drive when it snows. Pretty snow. She drives when it snows, but she doesn't like to. And I understand why. The roads are really dangerous there. It's not like she's got four-wheel drive, and her vision isn't very good. And so driving at night is really difficult for her, as it is with me as well. And so she has my dad drive, who is a much better driver in the winter and things like that. So he would pick her up, and that means she doesn't have to like park the car or anything like that. He would pick her up at the door, and that's just kind of what they did. So when I was younger, that was not the way. But once my dad retired, he had time to chauffeur my mom wherever she needed. Anyway, my anyway, my mom says, um, I said, what did they say for the Humane Society? She said, well, we can see it on Monday, and the dog, he did not get in. He did not get in. My mom said they said you can read it on Monday, and so she said, Daddy and I are gonna go. That's right. I was working nights, so I was going into work Sunday night, and she said, Daddy and I are gonna go on the lunch hour on Monday. He's gonna pick me up, and we're gonna meet this dog. And so I would, so I went to work. I'd go to work usually really early. So I'd go to work at like 7 or 8 on a Sunday night. I loved Sunday nights. I would really get excited for Sunday nights because that would start the week. I'd start off the whole university, and I'd work from my shift was 10 to 6:30 in the morning. But I would work. I'd come in early and I'd stay late. I would work really hard, and I enjoyed it. Anyway, I and then I would go home and go to sleep and sleep during the day, and so I work nights, and that's a common night shift. But it's difficult for me to get to sleep at night. I had some issues. That job really messed with my sleep schedule, as it would anybody. Anyway, it's not good for your circadian rhythm. It's not rhythm. It's not good for. It's not. There's a lot more stress when you sleep at night. You don't get as much vitamin D. It causes a lot of issues. So anyway, I remember awaking. Something. Like my timeline's not exactly right on this, but it was over the course of 2 days that my parents went and met with this dog. And I said to my mom, I was shocked still that my parents were even considering getting a dog, especially my dad. I thought we could work on my mom. She's usually more agreeable to something. Usually my dad was just hard set yes or no. And for him to say maybe on something was like, and as a kid, I always wanted a dog, and my parents always said no. I always wanted brothers and sisters, and my parents said, oh, Jesus. Really? Yeah. Um, and but I always wanted a dog. What pets did I have? My first pet was a goldfish named George that I won at Summer Bash, like a summer fair at my school, and that lasted one day, and he died. But it made me learn. We bought all this stuff. We bought like probably $50 in bowls and food and skimmers and all kinds of this fish lasted one day. But it helped me learn about death. I named it George after my grandfather, and he died. And it helped me learn about death. And I remember flushing him down the toilet, and that was like okay. Then I had a hamster named Stinky that I got in second grade. My aunt helped buy this for me as like a present. Because I was getting a little older, I didn't care for something, and Stinky was so much work. As a hamster, it's just a lot taking care of an animal when you've got other things to do, other chores and things like that. And so that became, and hamsters are, they're stinky. I don't know, they're not stinky. I call them stinky because I thought it smelled. But they're not that much fun, honestly. They're like the little rodents, and they can run away and stuff. And so we put him in this globe, and he'd run around and bump into things. But then they'd pee in the globe, and then you'd have fucking hamster piss all over the place. So then in seventh grade, I got two gerbils who were never named. I got them from my they had so we the first thing we learned in at our school was the gestation. I mean, the first thing we learned in lifetime was the gestation period of a gerbil. It was like 24 days, 23 days, or something like that. Anyway, those are the first notes that I wrote from my school about a life cycle. But I learned what a gestation period was, and what's a gestation period? The amount of time it takes from like conception to birth of an animal. Anyway, I never named these we kind of named him Salt and Pepper, but I did not. I got all the kids wanted a gerbil. My school was giving away gerbils, and because the gerbils had gotten pregnant and they went to mini gerbils, so all the kids wanted one, and only one kid was going to get two of them, and I won some kind of drawing or something, I don't know, to get two of them. So I got two gerbils, and I had them for like maybe a year, and I did not like them. They were a lot of work, and eventually I said, "No, I don't want to." My mom was like, "You don't want this thing anymore, do you?" I'm like, nope. And what happened to Stinky? Well, I'll talk about Stinky another time. Anyway, my mom said, "Okay, well, I'm going to take him back to your school." And she did. And I remember she gave him back to Mr. Stoffelbach, giving him out. And he said to my mom, you had him longer than anybody. All the other kids brought theirs back as well, so don't feel badly about it. You had him longer than anybody. So, then what? Well, we learned some interesting things about gerbils. They like bathe themselves in like ash, in like volcanic ash. And what happened with Stinky? I got a lot of Stinky stories. Oh, quickly tell them. Well, this one time, Stinky, I don't know, we were cleaning his cage or something, and I didn't put it together correctly, back together correctly, and he got out. He would chew on the hamsters and rodents in general. They have to chew on stuff, or their teeth will grow through their face. So they have to like chew on wood or plastic or metal or something to like run. Not all rodents, but at least the hamsters do. Or their front teeth will grow through their like bottom lip, or it can kill them. So anyway, you have to get it like wood and stuff. Anyway, we cleaned out his cage and he got out. And I remember my dad was like, I don't want that I don't want a rat around here. And I can say this: I never saw a mouse in our house, never saw a cockroach in my house. My mom we had a lot of stuff. My mom kept it very clean, but we had this 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 hamster that got out, and my dad was like, "Look," he said, "I'm closing the doors to his to the family because he didn't want this thing. He didn't want climbing on him or something." And he said, you find it." And we looked everywhere for it. My mom and I took a whole day to find this thing, and we did not. And finally, my mom said to my dad, "Mike, it could be in an air vent. It could have gotten outside. We don't know what happened to him." And so we were just exhausted and from searching for this thing all day. And then my dad, as we were watching television, I'll never forget, we're watching television. So the television's here, and just under the television, I see this little hamster running, or like walking underneath the television. I go, "Stinky!" And I went and picked him up, and it was like, oh, so Stinky had gotten into the room where my dad was, and then my dad closed the doors of this room and said, "He's not in this room. Don't look in this room. He's out in the house somewhere." Anyway, so I found Stinky that time. Stinky, one other time, I was playing with him on the stairs, and he got behind the where the stair carpeting was. He got behind the stair carpeting. Is that what happened? No, it was a different animal. Anyway, so Stinky ended up living for a long time. He lived for like several years, and to the point where I didn't care about him anymore, and my mom was basically not taking care of him. And that's what she always said. That's why she didn't want a dog, because it becomes the mother ends up taking care of these animals, but not necessarily for a lot of times. So Stinky ended up. My mom went and saw one day to look in his cage or feed him or whatever, and Stinky was dead. I remember my mom was really sad. And she came to me and she's like, my wife's on the carrier. Stinky guy. And I was like, good. I didn't give a shit anymore. So I still remember it. She was like, well, I'm going to bury him. I'm like, go for it. I don't fucking give a shit about Stinky anymore. I was making 5th or 6th grade. Anyway, so she buried him right behind a basketball field in our old house. Anyway, so then we got these 2 gerbils, and one time I remember one of the gerbils got out, and gerbils are really fast, way faster than hamsters. And this gerbil went running on the carpet and was gonna was like was like, and they can jump pretty highly as well. Anyway, I had trapped this gerbil on the stairs, and and they like hamsters and gerbils and stuff. They burrow, and it burrowed behind the stairs where the carpet was, and so like stairs go like this, and then the carpet goes over the stairs. Well, the thing had burrowed like behind where the carpet meets the stairs, and I couldn't get it out. And I remember finally I was able to get this thing out, and then put him in my cage. My mom was like, we don't anyway. Another thing, I didn't want to take care of this Stinky. Like why he wasn't Stinky when we first got him, but I thought he was Stinky. I just that was just his nickname. But that was his name. And I remember being in the car driving home from the pet store with my mom and my aunt, my dad's sister, and my dad's sister bought him for me, and um, bought me the stuff for him. And my aunt said, "Well, what are you gonna name him?" And I remember some of the names we were considering were like, I don't know, like Whiskers, like cute little names. And I came up and I remember where I was in the car. I sat in the back row, which I normally wouldn't sit in the back row, but I was trying to be like more independent, I guess. And I said, Stinky. And they laughed and they thought it was funny. They're like, you want to call him Stinky? And I said, yeah. Well, and they're like, why? I'm like, because he's Stinky. And I was in 2nd grade. And they're like, okay, well, you can call him Stinky if you want. And so he was this little he was like a golden hamster, I guess. Anyway, he, but I wasn't good at taking care of him, and he would, like defecate in the cage, and we have to clean up with it's like wood shavings and stuff, and we have to put new wood shavings in, and it's a lot of work, and it's messy. We had a laundry room, and I, um, I remember my dad wanted to really teach me a lesson. He's like, you need to clean that cage. It's starting to smell. And I'm like, oh, yeah, right. And Stinky was really loud. And so my dad said to me, if you don't take care of that animal, I'm going to make you sleep in a cage with him. Now, this was a sleep with him with that cage. And now this was a lesson that his dad taught on him because my dad wouldn't take care of his dogs. And so my dad his dogs. When my dad was a kid, he said, I'm going to make you sleep. And so my dad had to sleep with his dogs in the basement or something for a night. And just as a lesson to take care of his dogs. So he was trying to prove the same lesson to me. And so this one night he said, or this one day he's like, I told you, you're going to have to take care of, you're going to have to clean out that cage. You didn't clean out the cage. I want you to sleep in the laundry room. And with Stinky for a night. And I did, but I remember Stinky was so fucking loud. He chewed on. They're nocturnal animals, so they chewed through. He just chewed all fucking night. And I remember taking a towel and putting it over his cage, and my dad was so pissed because Stinky then ended up chewing on the towel and ruining this towel. And my dad really liked this towel. Anyway, we eventually cleaned his cage and everything. And it was just a learning lesson that we go through with animals. Anyway, I remember with this gerbil, Now I remember. These gerbils they were in my room. They were not in the laundry room. So I had these gerbils in my room, and they would chew. So we would buy like these plastic tubes for them so that you could watch them run through this like obstacle course kind of a thing. Stinky had a little wheel on which he would run sometimes, but he ended up chewing on it. These fucking gerbils, they had wheels as well, but they ended up chewing off the wheel. There were two of them, and they were always just trying to get out. It was like a big prison break for these things. Anyway, these fucking gerbils, if you give them anything enough time, it will eventually get out or die. And they chewed through the plastic. Like they make they make gerbil shit out of plastic, but gerbils chew through plastic if given enough time. And I remember walking into my room after school one day, and one of the gerbils was in there, and the other was not. And it was like one of them had made a break for it. And I was eventually able to find the gerbil, and somehow I was in my room or something like that. But they're very fast. Oh yeah, now I remember. And he was jumping as I was trying to catch it, and it jumps like a few feet in the air. And I eventually got him and told my mom. I put him. Oh, I remember. I put him in a big Rubbermaid container that we had, and he could jump out of the Rubbermaid container. And I had to put a lid on. I put the other one in there too. So I had two of them in the Rubbermaid container. And my mom, their cage, they'd like chew through their cage. So my mom, I think we had to. Um, we didn't have a lot of money for to just go and buy like new stuff. Like we buy it once, and then the maintenance on it was always a thing. Sometimes you have to buy another cage or whatever, but we didn't. I think my mom at that point was like, "We're done with these things. I'm taking them back to school." And after they chewed through, it's just like we didn't have enough money to buy another cage and buy all the other shit, and you don't know where the weak points are, where they had already chewed through some of their shit, and so I think that's what happened. Um, as I recall, actually, the school gave us we had like fish tanks. Is that what it was? No, the school kept them in fish tanks, big fish tanks, and that's probably the best way to do it. Where it's glass, and they don't have anything on which to chew. Because if they have a plastic comb or plastic cage, they'll chew through it. If they have metal, they can even chew through that. And oh my god, these things would just chew throughout the night and keep me awake. It's not a good idea to keep them in your room. I would say you can, but it's like they're loud. They can be really loud. If they are in a glass container, then that's probably better. But we didn't have that, as I recall. Anyway, have any other concerts? No. But my mother ended up having to take care the of Stinky. I took care of the. She helped take care of the turtles too. And she's like, I don't want a dog. So that's the background on Tammy. I don't want a dog. Anyway, she saw this dog on her lunch hour. My dad picked her up, and they went on lunch hour. And I remember asking my mom, "Don't you only get an hour for lunch?" She's like, "Oh, I can tell my boss, and they'll let me have longer amount of time with them. It's not a big deal. So long as I work, so long as she had somebody to cover the phones, basically." And she's like, "It's no big deal." And she she and my dad, I think they went to lunch, and then they went and got they went to lunch, and um then they went to go see this white dog. And I remember asking, uh, I remember asking my mom, "So what'd you think?" And my mom said, "Well, we met the dog." I said, "What's her name? Or what's its name?" She said, "Her name is Cheyenne." And I said, "Cheyenne? Why that?" "You don't know. That's just what her name is." And I said, "What did you like?" She said, "Oh, she's so cute." And I'm like, "Well, tell me what happened." And she said, "The dog." Uh, she said, "Daddy and I were in a room, and Daddy was sitting in a chair, and she came up and just walked in and sat right at his feet and started falling asleep. And Daddy started petting her, and she's just a really sweet dog. But you're not going to believe what Daddy did. I'm like, what? And she said, oh, pick six. She said, he really liked this dog, and I liked this dog. But they said, after we already liked the dog, they said there are two families that are ahead of you in line for this dog. And Daddy told them, the hell there are. I want this dog. I don't care what it's going to take for me to take this dog. This is unfair of you to say that there are to introduce someone to this dog when they're going to build a bond with them and then tell them that other people are interested in this dog. I don't care if there are 50 people on this line before us. I'm taking this dog. I like this dog. This is the dog that I want. So the people at the Humane Society were like, okay, well, we understand. We see how much you want this dog. And so we'll tell the other people that the dog's no longer available. And do you think there were two other people, perhaps? I'm not sure. Maybe that's just to entice you to adopt the dog. Who knows? But then my parents said there's a 24-hour waiting list. They have a policy or something. You can't adopt the dog right away. They want you to think about it for 24 hours or something like that. So it was like a Tuesday. I want to say it was around. It was right around Leap Day. Shout out to my friend Alice. She was a Leap baby. Really, yeah, when's her birthday? It's something like February 29th, 1988. I think that's her exact birthday. Anyway, she's the prettiest girl in Southwest Florida, Michigan. Perhaps I was still in Michigan. I told her that. And then she said, you don't know who Kate Upton is. I've seen Kate Upton since then, and I stand by my original remark. Anyway, this would have been 2012. Leap Day. What day was Leap Day? It was. It was a Wednesday. Okay, so that makes sense. Really? Um, yeah, just something like that. Because so the leap day was a Wednesday. So it was gonna be a leap day the next day. And it was like a Tuesday or something. My parents uh, my parents came. My dad was really pissed that they were going to maybe give this dog to someone else, and my mom said, "Oh, Daddy wasn't going to let them take this dog from him," and he said, "I want this dog." So they said, "Okay, you have to wait 24 hours, and um, and you can pick, you can, uh, you can sign the paperwork and everything." It was either on Tuesday or Wednesday. And better not give this to anyone else. This is the dog that I want. And they were like, no. So my mom said, do you want to go when we adopt the dog? And I said, yeah. So I remember awaking. My mom said, we're going to pick up the dog after work on like Tuesday, let's say, or something like that. So this would be at like 5:30 or 6 o'clock or so. And I said, okay. So I awoke for it and I went, and I think my dad and I went and picked up my mom, and then, or we waited for her to come home or something, and then we went to the Humane Society as a family. And I remember my parents were signing the paperwork, and I was playing with this dog, and her name's Cheyenne, or Cheyenne. I would call her Cheyenne. Why? I don't know. It's just a weird way to pronounce her name. And she would. I was playing with her, and I remember they said, now she's a senior dog, and my parents said, we don't care, we want this dog. And I remember at the time they said she was like 11 years old, which is 77 in human years. And I don't know, Cheyenne's got to have died by now. One of the reasons why I don't want to talk to my parents, a lot of them. But another reason is I don't want to hear that the dogs have died. So I just was like, in my mind, they're still alive, and all dogs go to heaven or whatever you want to consider it. But I I remember she was a really good dog, and then the the way that it worked was she we my parents signed paperwork and everything, and then they brought it home. Now they have a dog. It was like the first time in our family that we had a dog, and they oh, I remember this. Before like the day before they adopted her, so like Monday or Tuesday or something, they went and bought all this dog stuff for her. And they bought a dog bed. Oh my god, my dad had all this dog shit for her. He was so excited to get a dog. And he didn't make anybody aware. And my mom was not keen on getting a dog, but saw that my dad really wanted one. And then and they worked out they worked out a little, how would I say it? A routine. We worked out a routine as a family, kind of what we did with this dog and how we would watch it. So my dad, well, what was it? Okay, so he was retired. So he was like one of those mall walkers. Those like people who wake up early in the morning and walk at the mall before the mall even opens. He's like an old person like that, and so he would. Um, I would get home from work and say hi to the dog or whatever. My dad would go to the mall, and when he would go to the mall, he would put the dog in my room, and the dog and I would cuddle until my dad returned from running errands or doing whatever he was doing in the morning. And then he'd open the door, and the dog would come out and hang out with my dad all day. This dog, he would sit on his lap, sit on the floor. My dad and this dog, my dad would just have to like go like this on his lap, and the dog would jump up on his lap, and they were inseparable. My dad and this dog were inseparable to the point where we were like, well, and then my mom at night, when my dad would feed it, and my mom would, but then my mom got to the point where she would feed it. Why? Um, my dad would make sure she had water, and my mom would feed it. Not that my dad would feed it too, but usually, I don't know. My mom's just more of a giver, I would say, and um, and my dad would give her treats and all kinds of things. I had like a huge thing of treats for her, and she just she was a beautiful dog. She had these white eyelashes, and she was. We didn't know exactly what she was. They told us she was a Bichon Frise when we adopted her, but I think she was a Bichon Frise Maltese mix. I could be wrong, but that's a really good mix of the dog. Anyway, it's probably one of the best mixes you can get, if not the best one mixer you can get. Um, because if you keep making a purebred, they get all kinds of physical issues. But if you have a mixed dog, it becomes stronger because it has different DNA basically and different attributes. So it doesn't have as many mutations and things. Anyway, and as many like I mean look at what like a pug look like, and just because of like I don't know, a pug then versus now, like That's not as bad. Like I've seen um like a bulldog's a bad one. Like basset hounds, all kinds of stuff. Bloodhounds. There's all kinds of differences in them because they've just been too interbred that they develop health issues. They can't breathe as well. All kinds of things. So it's good to have a mixed stock. And so and my parents, it was like, where was the dog gonna sleep? And I think originally my parents were like, we're not gonna have a dog sleep in our bed. That was just like their deal. They just were like, that's for humans, and we don't want a dog in our bed. And that lasted a day. And this dog would play with my dad. They had a whole routine. Oh, so my mom fed the dog. My dad brushed the dog's teeth. My dad brushed this dog's teeth better than any dogs ever had their teeth brushed in the entire world. My dad, he had this little toothbrush that you put on your finger. It was like a little cap that goes on your finger and you brush your dog's teeth. My dad brushed his dog's teeth every single day. And they brushed the dog, and though she did not, um, she she never shed. These dogs did never shed. They were hypoallergenic, and that's what they told us when we adopted her. She's hypoallergenic, so she's not going to shed. Like most dogs shed, and it's a huge pain in the ass, huge pain in the ass. But they're like, she's not going to shed, and she never did, not even a fucking hair. And she was just a sweet. Well, I shouldn't say she was a sweet. She was a sweet dog. She was very sweet dog, very sweet. However, I used to love to play with her, and used to love to cuddle with her and all kinds of other things, which was fine. But once she would go to bed, usually she'd go to bed with my dad. He'd say, "Come on, Cheyenne." She'd be hanging out with my mom or something, and he'd be like, "Come on, Cheyenne, time for bed." And she knew, and she'd go, and my dad would take her out, and my mom would take her on walks. So my mom would take her on a walk every single day, and my mom became really good. That became her routine. Where she wouldn't always walk, and it was good for my mom to get out and do some exercise a little bit at least daily. And so my mom would go on a walk, and she would walk the dog and go see her friend down the block, and it was a thing that they would do every single day. Anyway, um, my my mom had the little blue bags, and to clean up after the dog and everything, and that just became their kind of routine. So then my dad would say, "Come on, time to go to bed." He would brush your teeth, he'd pray, and then um, he would put the dog in the bed, and then he'd go to bed. Well, I used to love to play with this dog. Oh, that's what she was told me. I used to absolutely love to play with this dog. And we wouldn't do anything. I mean, it's like, what would we do? We wouldn't. It's not like we played any games, but I don't know. I just like to hold her and pet her and stuff. And I remember this one time she was in bed with my dad, and I usually wouldn't go in my parents' bedroom, but I remember they kind of made some exceptions because I because we had just gotten a dog, and so they understood. Like, "Mom, can I go in your bedroom and play with the dog?" And she's like, "Well, Dad's trying to sleep, and I'm going to bed as well. Um, or Daddy's going to sleep. I'm going to bed as well. I'm like, please let me play with him just like for a little bit before you guys actually fall asleep or whatever." And I'm like, "Oh shit, okay." So I go in his room, and in their room, and I remember this one time Cheyenne was there, and I was gonna pick her up, and I went to pick her up, and she snapped at me, and I'd never had this dog snap at me before, and she made it very clear that was she did not want to be when she was in bed. She did not want to be. She was going to bed, and she was territorial to the point where my mom even said when she would go to bed, sometimes Cheyenne would lie on her spot where my mom sleeps, and my mom would try to move her, and Cheyenne would snap at my mom. My mom would say, "You don't snap at me. I'm the one who feeds you, and I'm the one that takes care of you." And so my mom got away with kind of used a blanket to scoop the dog down, and so that she'd fall asleep, so that she could fall asleep. And the dog, Cheyenne, Cheyenne would sleep kind of all over my parents' bed, basically. Not really, kind of. She'd sleep on my dad, and my dad would pet her. And then in the morning, um, my dad would my since my dad was retired, he didn't really have to get up as early as he once did, but he had a lot of trouble falling asleep, or not just falling asleep, but he had sleep apnea. He'd have a CPAP machine, which he used religiously, and probably the only thing that kept him alive as long as it did. Anyway, he a lot of times though he would get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom like an old man, or to um, he'd get up for like a late night snack or just to watch TV in the he just needed to do something. Sometimes he'd go in the basement and watch television. Sometimes he'd go in the kitchen and watch television. Whatever. My parents would DVR everything, so they had all their shows and they'd never have to watch commercials or anything. Anyway, then he'd sometimes go, and then so he'd have to go do something and then go back to bed, and then he could fall asleep sometimes. Anyway, so he would Cheyenne a lot of times would fall asleep on her back, or sleep on her back, and my dad would pet her stomach. And um, I remember one time I asked him, "Do you think she's ever had babies?" And my dad said that he had asked the veterinarian that question. Shout out to the veterinarian; they're a very good veterinarian. It's Morse Animal Hospital. My parents wouldn't just take their dog to a vet. They take him to an animal hospital. They love this dog so much. And the veterinarian said that um, that yeah, they thought that she had babies because her nipples were like they're like bigger than most dogs' nipples. Not most dog nipples that did not have babies. So she might have been a mother at some point. We don't really know. But she was a very good dog. I said she snapped at my mom, and she snapped at me. But the only time she ever did that, whatever, okay. The only time she ever did that was when she was in bed, falling asleep. So I used to have this game that I used to play. I used to like playing. My parents had like a kind of circular upstairs where you would go in the kitchen and the living room and like a foyer and like a little dining area. There's like a dining area. There was like There was like a dining room dining area, a kitchen dining area, a kitchen and a living room and a foyer, kind of in a circle around a staircase, basically. I'm sure people have blueprints of this someday, perhaps if this ever becomes anything. But I used to like chasing the dog around the house, and um, and then and we'd have fun doing that. And I would just say that like she was Cheyenne was a very good dog. She didn't go to the bathroom in the house unless it was a very exceptional situation. So like what? My parents would take her out, but my parents would go out to dinner and things, but they didn't take out the dog and do that or anything. And so they would leave her in the guest room. And so they'd leave her in the guest room and she would just stay on the bed and just wait for my parents. And only in a couple situations did she have to go to the bathroom in the house. It was very rare. And my parents got these pads for her. I have pads for my dog as well. Basically, where the dog, it has some kind of pheromone, or I'm gonna piss myself. It has some kind of like, anyway, so then what happened? My parents, so then they had Cheyenne, and they had Cheyenne for many years. And okay, so towards the end, this is after I had moved out, and I was after I moved to California. I moved out of their house, and I moved to California eventually as well. I lived out of their house though for like 3 years before moving to California, and Cheyenne got older, and I remember my mom saying, it's gonna be any one of these days. I don't say any one of these days, but like she was like, when Cheyenne was getting to the point where she wasn't able to hold in her bowel movements, basically, and sometimes I can remember this. She would go to the bathroom and get it on her fur, and my mom would have to give her a bath. And she's just getting older. I remember my parents knew exactly where they were going to bury her, though, and they were going to bury her in the yard. And she was a breath of fresh air in our family. And she would run up the stairs. I remember watching this dog run up the stairs, and it was the cutest thing in the world. Where her ears would be flopping, and so what would happen is, the way that it worked when I lived there, my parents would, even when I didn't. Okay, Cheyenne would be with my dad all day, but she had very good hearing, and she could hear when my mom would come home from work. She could hear the garage door, and she'd come running upstairs and wait for my mom at the door. My mom kind of, she'd be like, I know, you want to eat, I know. But my mom kind of loved it as well, because she had this little animal that was really excited to see her. And that was a highlight of their life. And Cheyenne ended up living at least to be, I would say, 22 or something like that. She was like the oldest dog on earth. She was really old. So I don't know exactly how old she was. They weren't exactly sure how old she was at the Humane Society, but they said 11 at the time. But she lived for another like 10 or 11 years at least. And I still don't know that she has died, but I'm sure she's died by now. Anyway, and I remember she got to the point where she couldn't run up the stairs anymore like she once could. She couldn't hold her bowel movements in like she once could. But my parents were still, she wasn't like, she was still a good dog and everything. She's just so old. And the stairs were pretty steep that she couldn't climb them anymore. But she was very, I would say, she was a very good dog, but she was a very happy dog. And she's very good. So anyway, I I ended up moving out. I've told the story before, the internet. I'm not going to go into it again. But I ended up moving out, and I was, we'll just say, seeing this girl, and this girl, who was like more than twice my age, had children, and her children really wanted a dog, and they were really set on getting this pug. And the girl with whom I was seeing, we were just playing house, let's say. Though I wasn't playing house with the kids. She had her own place, I had my own place, and um, they were unable to get this pug for some reason, and they were heartbroken. And so I said, if I can get you a dog, would you want it? And they were like, oh, yeah. My, this, this girl said basically, yeah, my kids are heartbroken. They would, I think, basically, depending on the dog, but yeah, I really want one. So I went on Craigslist and I saw someone was either giving a dog away or had it available for like $100 or something like that. It was a beagle, and I showed this girl the dog, and she showed them to kids, and her kids said that they would really want this dog. And I went and I picked up the dog, and the dog was pretty big. And it wasn't just a normal breeder; it was an Irish breeder, which are a little different. But I brought the dog to my house, and the girl was going to go pick up the dog from my house, and um, I remember this dog was really sweet. What was her name? Lucy. This dog's name was Lucy, and she shed. That was the thing I didn't like about her, is she shed these little white hairs everywhere. But she was a really good dog, and really, really sweet, and really good with kids. So Lucy would. So this girl adopted the dog. I got the dog for her and her kids, and and so they adopted uh, Lucy. And so I remember basically, like, from the family with whom I adopted, I guess, for a second, from this family, that, and they said she was a really good dog and a really sweet dog, but they just didn't have enough room for her. And I can see that they had their own dogs, they had dogs themselves, and so um, I then um, so this girl adopted a dog, and her kids really loved the dog, and I really loved the dog too. So I would sometimes ask her to bring Lucy over just so I could cuddle with Lucy, because I really liked playing with Lucy. And Lucy was kind of a big dog. I mean, not super big, but like for a beagle, Irish beagles are bigger than normal beagles. And I didn't know that. They just said it was a beagle. But it's called a Kerry beagle. That's what she is. Kerry beagle. This is exactly what Lucy is. She's really sweet. And um, she was really, so we didn't know, but beagles have incredible sense of smell, and they're hunting dogs, so they have a instinct that whenever they see a bird, they like flip out. And so this girl would take the dog on walks, and the dog was just like sometimes very, like, really, really, I don't want to say aggressive towards dogs, towards birds, but was really aware of where birds were. And I would say that it wasn't an ideal situation. It was a place to live, and this was a bigger dog, and also um, she was raising children as well. So they didn't have, but the kids really liked the dog, and so um, to the point where they even like paint the dog's nails. I remember we would, this girl and I would go to bathe the dog. They had like a bath place, not a bath, but like a spa area of the, what was it called, Pet Supplies Plus. And we'd go there and we would bathe the dog together. And it was fun, just kind of a date thing that we would do. And I remember joking with her, saying, should we get the dog some nail polish? And it was just a joke that I had. And she would later go back and get that nail polish because she thought her daughter would really like to do it. And she did, so they even paint the dog's nails. Anyway, that was another thing. The dog had nails, and you have to be really careful with a dog when you're cutting their nails, or like, even like we had this like, um, like a groomer could do it, and that's usually how we would do it. But they'll grow, and so there's like a quit. Like I even ripped out my toenail the other day, and you could see the quit. But I remember my mom. This was like a word that my mom taught. She taught me rinse and quit, of like weird biological terms that I remember. Um, what's it's like when your lymph nodes, like when you pop a pimple that come out. But then, it's quick, not quick, quick. Anyway, so the quick is the nail, and your vascular is close the nail, but you want to be really careful with the quick of a nail. Anyway, um, and so sometimes the dog could, and this dog loved, I don't want to say to jump up on you, but she was really sweet, but she would like sometimes jump up on you or put her feet up on you, and they could scratch you. And this dog could scratch you with her. So I remember it wasn't an ideal situation. I don't exactly know what happened that but I hope she's doing that. I remember she did get out once, and she was very fast. She didn't get out with me, but she got out with this girl, and she is very fast, but she's very smart. And so she ran. She got out, but then she came back, and she um, so she was smart. She could find her way home basically, and they have a very excellent sense of smell. Those bloodhounds and beagles and things, those hunting dogs. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. So I remember even too. I wasn't supposed to have dogs where I lived, but I asked. Well, I didn't have the dog. I was just babysitting the dog for a weekend or something like that. I think I had a week off of work for vacation time, and during that vacation, I asked if I could babysit the dog for the week, and the girl said that I could, and or for part of the week or something, because her kids really love the dog too. It was like they wanted, it was their dog. Anyway, my um my the person who owned the house where I was living had his family in town, and I came downstairs. I remember saying to them, "Hey, I am babysitting. I'm dog sitting. I know we're not supposed to have a dog here, but is it okay that I have a dog for like an afternoon or something like that?" I said, "Yeah." And I went, and I took the dog out to go to the bathroom, and he met the family that was there, and this family was an Indian family. They loved this dog. They were really cool. Shout out to Sharad and his family. They were really nice. And we ended up going, like, I ended up hanging out with this family for an afternoon, this Indian family, and they were really, we traveled to like almost to Chicago together, pretty close. Anyway, but I got a pinch basically, or how do I say a pinch? Like the dog the dog bug, so to speak, had bitten me. Not that the dog bit me, because Lucy never bit me. She was a Lucy dog. But I got the pinch. Like I had a yearning to get a dog, and so I forget exactly what happened, but I I remember when my parents adopted Cheyenne. I remember I had just started at the university, And I said to the people with whom I was with, you guys are never going to believe what my parents did. I'm like, what? They're like, what? I'm like, they went after the dog. And they were, the people with whom I was working, they were like, oh, that's really nice that they had done that. Because they knew tension was pretty high in my house with my parents. And they thought it would ease tension, and it did. China definitely ease tension in the house. Not to say dogs will always use tension, no. But this dog did. Anyway, so I had been interested in getting a dog just because this girl would bring over her dog, and I never wanted the dog to leave. It was to the point where, not that I didn't like the girl, I liked the girl too, but I liked her dog very much as well. And um, I ended up uh, considering getting a dog. And now I couldn't have a dog where I was living, but we were able to. Um, we were able to change that somehow. I think it happened. So there's this girl, Audrey, with whom I live, Audrey Cohen. Would you live with a Cohen now? A very pretty lady. She's a MILF, and she's not. She's just a mature I'd like before. Really, yeah, but I never did, and I never had the temptation to. Really, not at all. We were living together, and it was very business-like the relationship that we had. And though we'd hang out, and I would go to play trivia with her and things like it was never sexual. But she's a very attractive lady and a Cohen, and I don't know why necessarily. I just never knew anything like that. So I think this is what happened. She ended up moving into the basement of our house, and I lived in the attic. And she had a dog. She had a Jack Russell Terrier. And remember, I had said that my parents and I saw a Jack Russell Terrier at PetSmart. Dollars to donuts, this was the same dog. I'm not saying it was, but dollars to donuts. It looked exactly the same. Anyways, and Audrey was an engineer and worked kind of like in Elkhart or something, or like Michigan. She worked further than where I worked, which is a university. And once once Chirag allowed the guy who owned the house, once he allowed someone in the house to have a dog, well then it was like, well, I can get a dog then too, without even asking. And it's not like I needed more of a deposit or anything like that. Anyway, so I started looking for a dog, and the dog. Um, I remember I had just started working days, so I wasn't on nights anymore. And I, or I hadn't just started working days. I maybe lived in the house for like, I don't know, a year or something. And I realized after this beagle that I would like a dog as well, but not as big of a dog. And I remember looking at pictures of this dog. And there's this one, it becomes a famous video, there's one picture. It's just this little white dog that I saw. And it was with this place called, oh man, I forget the name of it, but it would be really big. There'd be two really big small animal rescues in town, plus the Humane Society, that would be really big. But what was it called? I forget. Anyway, I end up calling the place, and they're like, "Yeah, we've got the dog available, and you can pick it up on, let's just say on a given day. Could have been a Saturday, could have been a Tuesday, whatever." Anyway, like you can pick it up on whatever day, and so I was really excited, and it was like $200, and I didn't have a lot of money then. I never had a lot of money at the university. I think the most I ever had in my account was like $3,000, just because my my wages were getting garnished, and so I wouldn't get a full paycheck, and I wasn't making a lot anyway. And to be an employee that, like, to be a supervisor there, you had to spend a decent amount on your team, and like every month, just kind of, that was just the standard. And there were always kind of like fundraisers and stuff you had to give to and things like that, and like donations and people, you know, I don't know, they want you to buy Girl Scout cookies, and they want you to buy, like, give to their church, or they would do like collections with people, all kinds of things. So I never had a lot of money though. But I remember it was gonna be $200, I think, and I was gonna get to adopt this dog. So I go to pick up the dog. This girl came with me. Is that true? Yeah, this girl came with me to go pick up the dog, and she knew I was really excited. And we went. It was way on the west side of. It was like way on the west side of the county, basically. And she stayed in the car, and I went to go adopt the dog. And I'll never forget. So the dog's name originally was Fire Tuck, like from Robin Hood, and I didn't really like that name. I always wanted a dog with like the name Lucky or something like that. And if it wasn't gonna be Lucky, probably it'd be Fluffy or some kind of other common dog name. But I always wanted a dog named Lucky. And this dog was Lucky because he was gonna get adopted. And the backstory on Lucky was he was taken from a place in Kentucky that was needing bait for dog fighting. Whether this was true, I'm not sure. But Lucky was going to be big. They need little dogs for the big dogs to attack or something. That's really sad. So anyway, I'll never forget. Lucky's feet were really black, like brown and black, because he'd been in a cage so much, and he was nervous and very scared. And I filled out all the paperwork, and then like, okay, he's all yours. And then I went and took him in the car, and the girl held him while we took him. We were going to go back to my house where I was living. And she was going to go home and change or something. And she actually lived in New York City. And it wasn't going to be that long for the stage of course. So anyway, she was going to go do that. And we were going to get a pizza, and she was going to come back, and we were going to watch a movie, and I was going to have a dog, and this girl, and it was going to be fun. And so, I know what I did. I took the dog to PetSmart to get groomed, and tried to see if they could clean up his feet, and just, give him a good clean. So I took him there, and they had like a program, like basically where they were going to just do the works on him, and it was going to take a few hours. It was going to take like 5 hours or something, and then I could go pick him up. So I did that. The girl went to her house to go take care of whatever she needed to take care of, whatever she needed to take care of, and I went and picked up Lucky and had him in my car, and I still regret this as a dog owner. I went and I got out of the car and went around. I went and I picked up a pizza. Is that what you did? Yeah, I went and picked up a pizza, and I opened my car door, and as the door opened, he went in a little crack just as it opened, and he ran out. And he ran into my neighbor's yard, and he was really scared, and he and I didn't know each other, so he didn't know if I was going to hurt him or whatever. And I remember I had him cornered, and I got my arms around him, and he slipped, this little thing just slipped out of my arms and started running down the street, and he was so fast that even I, as a human, was running after him. I could not keep up with him. And I was really afraid he was going to get hit by a car. Shout out to these two people who saw me running after this dog, and they were really this kind family. Gets out and they start running after the dog with me. And we run into another neighborhood and try to chase him down. We can't chase him down, and he's gone. So here it is. I just bought this dog for $20. I just got a pizza. I was all ready to got him groomed for another $100 or something like that, and he's gone. And he doesn't know where to go. And I was pissed, but I was kind of pissed at the dog too. Like, it wasn't his fault. But I was just pissed at myself, and I remember this girl. She's like, "What happened to Lucky?" And I explained to her, and she's like, "Oh boy, well he'll show up. It'll be okay." And I'm like, yeah, I was just down on myself anyway. So um, I remember going to work the next day. This was like a Sunday. This happened. I go to work the next day and tell my team leader, I just adopted a dog, and I'm the worst dog owner ever. She's like, why? He already got away. And she's like, oh, he'll show up, hopefully. And I contacted the the small animal rescue. Oh, I should say this too. I'm yeah. I contacted the small animal rescue, and I explained to them he was supposed to have. He needed some oral work done, some teeth work done, and um, like usually if you some of these dogs you adopt them and then you $5 in medical care, and people are just like, I'm not going to adopt a dog if it's going to be this burden to me. But there was a really nice veterinarian on Mishawaka Avenue who would do all of the work for no cost if you adopted the dog. So I called the small animal rescue and explained to them, hey, this dog already ran away. And I remember being like the cheapest person on earth. I'm like, is there any way I can get another dog? And they're like, well, yeah. And they were going to give me another dog. They were really sweet. But they said, why don't you, well, we've got pictures of the dog. So tell us where you were when the dog ran off, and we'll put out uh, a message on Facebook and see if we can find the dog. They said, the city's only so big, and he's chipped, so hopefully you'll be able to find him. I was already like, nope, they were never gonna find this dog, not in a million years. I saw how scared this dog was, and I was even like, I don't want to, I don't want to, I don't want this fucking dog that that runs away all the time. And so I remember reading on Craigslist. Uh, I don't know how I read this on Craigslist, but there's like a lost and found on Craigslist, and I remember somebody saying, or like misconnections or something like that, and it said that that somebody had seen a little white dog running along the river, and I lived by the river, and I figured that was Lucky, and I remember being like, wow, and they just said, just be on the lookout for this dog. Or somebody was like, I just saw this dog randomly running. Does it belong to anyone? And I was like, well, that was probably Lucky. I don't. But now I got to know, like, this dog is running, like, out of the neighborhood. He's now going down by the river. Who knows what's going to happen? So for like 3 days, they put out this thing on Facebook. If anybody's seen this dog, make us aware. And someone who knew the person who ran this Facebook page said that they were feeding their dog in their backyard, and all of a sudden this little white dog was eating alongside the dog and was scared and didn't know what to do, and that ended up being Lucky. So they contacted the person on Facebook, and I was like, I hadn't used Facebook in a long time, and I still wasn't using Facebook, but but the people who ran the dog shelter said, hey, somebody contacted us. They found your dog. You want to go pick him up? I was like, oh, absolutely. And I had this a Superman shirt on when it happened, and I'll never forget. I wish I could have given the lady a reward, but I didn't have any money to do it, and I think she was just happy to reunite us. So she drove her car. She had her dog, and she drove Lucky to uh, where I lived. And I remember meeting them on the corner and just being just delighted to be able to get them. And then she said, well, do you mind if I take a picture of you guys? And I didn't ever let anybody take pictures of me then, but I said, sure, you can take a picture of me. And I didn't like being on camera, believe it or not. I really didn't. I hated being on camera. Hated it. And I wouldn't let it happen. There are like no pictures of me, very few pictures of me for like some span of years. I didn't want people seeing my face. I didn't want people. I was just really depressed. Anyway, but I said, sure, you can take a picture of me. So they did, and then they put it out on Facebook, that I had found this dog. And one of my employees actually was like, hey, did you just get a dog recently? And I was like, yeah, how did you know? And she's like, I was on Facebook, and a friend of a friend had like reposted this, that someone had been reunited with their dog. And I was like, oh my God, that's my supervisor. And it's like, wow. So anyway, I've gotten this dog, and his name is Lucky, and I absolutely love Lucky. To go from like being like I don't give a shit about this dog to being like Lucky was like my son, like I loved him so much, um, was kind of a quite a turn of events, and I would actually the first time I ever would stream anything, I had to work, and I didn't like leaving Lucky alone, but I had to. So what I would do, I would take an Android phone and stream it and have it connected to the internet where I live, and I would do like a Skype call so that I could watch the dog. I had like a dog camera before dog cameras were a thing, but I had just done it with an old cell phone that I had, and I was able to watch him not all the time, but I was able to watch him to make sure he was okay. And I eventually, like my team, found out that I had a dog, and they were so sweet to me, especially this lady named Na. This lady named Na gave me all these dogs. Oh, and my this lady named oh, Man gave me more dog clothes than I would ever wanted. I mean, she had so many dog clothes that she gave me, and Na gave me all these dog clothes. And my team would bring me stuff for the dog, and they were like, "Well, can you bring him in?" I was like, "Well, I'm not really supposed to bring in the dog, but there were other supervisors who did." So this one time, I was having a surgery, and I was doing it was like I forget exactly what was going to happen, but I was going to have a surgery, and I needed to bring in the dog for an hour or so, and I didn't have to, but I didn't really have a way for him to be babysat, and I think my aunt was going to watch him or something for some amount of time, something like that was going to happen, and I brought him into work and had him um, and brought him to one of my team huddles, and so my whole team got to see him, and he went. And I still remember what he did. He went to every single person and just like met them. I didn't introduce. I was doing the team huddle, but they weren't paying attention. They were dogging me. Anyway, he went to every single person, and then he just came to where I was and sat down and fell asleep. He was a really good dog. Anyway, I remember bringing him into the office, and I put him in this drawer, and was getting ready for my huddle, and he started scratching at the door of the. He started scratching at the door, and my team leader and one of the other supervisors was like, you have a dog in it. I have a dog. I have to, and so anyway, um, he, I brought in a dog one other time. I brought in my parents' dog. My parents were on vacation. They went somewhere, I forget, and I was dog watching. And I brought in Cheyenne to work one night, and I put her in the drape shop, and she did not like that. She was scared. She started barking, and I ended up taking her home. But Lucky was different. He wouldn't bark as much. Well, I shouldn't say that. So Lucky had an issue that he would bark a lot, and I was living with other people, and he would bark so much that I was afraid that he would that I didn't want to keep up the other people in the house by him barking all the time. And so I got him this collar that the um, that a friend of our family had I used at one time, um, or they had used it on their dog. Basically, if the dog they had a thing, they had like it was a shock collar that you could press this button and it would shock the dog if they were barking, just a slight shock. But this one that I had gotten was if the dog barked, it knew automatically and it would shock the dog. And boy, that shock collar worked really well, and it worked wonders. And while I would have loved to have Lucky to be able to bark whenever he wanted, he just couldn't. I was living in a house with other people, and that just wasn't practical. So I got the shock collar, and he learned that he could not bark all the time. And it sounds really bad that it was a shot collar, but it didn't hurt him very badly. Just a little pinch, basically. And he learned very quickly. And then I didn't have to use it anymore. Then it was like I had to have it on him for a week, and then he just was always quiet. Not always, but he would. If he did have to bark, it was much quieter. And um, and he really didn't bark after that, not too much. Anyway, he lucky. He's just a baby. He's so sweet. Anyway, I um I got in trouble at work for bringing him into work. Not badly. The guy who was trying to get me fired. But yeah, because he didn't like the people that I brought a dog in. Even though there was another supervisor who would bring in her dog every single night, and it wasn't an issue. Her dog's name was Benjamin. Benjamin was a sweet dog too. And Benjamin used to run up and down the halls. Lucky wasn't doing any of that, but because this happened during the day and not at night, I got in trouble for it. So I got an email from my boss saying something like that. That's all it was. It wasn't a big deal. It was really small. But I remember knowing that my boss didn't care that I brought in a dog and liked that I had a dog. It was just my boss's boss didn't like it. Anyway, Lucky Lucky is a really sweet dog. Anyway, so um, Lucky and I did everything together, basically. I mean, to the point where I didn't want to. I didn't want to go to work. I liked being with him so much, even though I had to. So what I would do is I would take care of him in the morning, and then go to work, and then take. Uh, I would go on my lunch hour, and I would take him outside, and then I'd go back to work. And I did this basically every day. And she, the person with whom I was living, found out that I would come home with my dog, and she asked me many times if I could take out her dog as well. And so I would, and I forget her dog's name, but these two dogs, a lot of times we'd leave them together, and they would just cuddle together, and they were good dogs together. Anyway, it was um, getting to the point in the house where I was living where the guy who um, owned the house, he lost his job, and he was, and so he moved back to Chicago. So he wasn't there to like make sure that the house was being kept up. And I remember one time, um, I hear Lucky barking, and Lucky didn't bark, and I wondered what the hell is going on. And he saw a mouse, or that, or something. I still to this day didn't see it, but um, I saw something move like really quickly. I'm like, oh shit, there's something. So I remember calling the person around the house and saying, hey, I think we've got rodents of some sort. And he was really cool about it. He's like, well, if you would call an exterminator and just take whatever the bill is out of the next month's rent. And I did. And they went and they took care of it. And the, I never saw um, another rodent there. But I would say it was probably, I mean, I would read like why do rodents come around and stuff. And it's probably because, like, if you have food in the open, or like, I didn't have human food in the open, but if you have dog food in the open, that can do it. Like there are other things that attract them. So I think that and it was winter, so they got cold and they came inside through the house. It was an older house, and I think they got up into the attic, and then were able to, they got in. But I never I didn't ever find that never got into my stuff or anything like that, fortunately. But I did see the droppings when I had moved out. I saw droppings of those. This thing's probably where the dog food might have been. So, but Lucky made me aware of it, and we got rid of him right away. Anyway, um, he was such a good dog. So then I moved to this other house, and Lucky Lucky met the owners, and they had the woman who owned the house. She didn't have any children. She was single, but she had a friend who was living there. Her name's Angela, and her friend was Grace, and they had two children. She had two children. One of them was named Colt. I forget the other kid's name, but Colt was a really sweet kid. And so I bought them lunch. I bought the whole family and Angela lunch at Eddie Street Commons, and they met Lucky. And Colt really liked Lucky. As a little boy, he loved Lucky, but Lucky was my dog. So, um, and I don't want to say I would let Colt play with Lucky whenever he wanted, but I like to play with Lucky too when I had him. So, um, here you are, Lucky's your dog. You wouldn't ever let him. No, Colt got to play with Lucky. And there's a big backyard where Lucky could be, and um, just he had not that the other house didn't have a backyard, he did, but I was always afraid Lucky would get out because he got out when I first adopted him. So I always had him on like on a some kind of like leash or something when he would go to the bathroom. And well, is that true? Yeah, I think so. I'd still put him on like a little leash or something. So he'd go to the bathroom in the backyard, um, and I did the same thing. I would leave work at lunch and go take him out, and then um, return to work afterward. Anyway, this one day, oh my god, Angela had just gotten a brand new backyard, and this one day I took Lucky out and I forgot to bring him in. I don't know what I was thinking, and Lucky scratched the back door. And Angela is a sweetheart, a very amazing woman, and she did not get mad, even though he kind of did some damage to the door. Not that he normally would, but he was just, where's my owner? Like, did you forget about me? Yeah, I totally forgot about him. And I I even like I want to say I even took Lucky golfing with me at points. Like he and I did everything together. I took him in the car. I took him. One time I took him in the car, and oh, this was I had a new car, and he had to go to the bathroom, and I had to run into work for just 1 second, and I did, and I came back, and he had gone number two, and he got number two all over the car. I had to have it all cleaned out because he got it everywhere. Anyway, he was just so sweetest little dog I've ever met. Anyway, one of them. He was amazing. My mom and I dog sat when I was. My mom had sold a house to a lady on Bending Hills Drive, and my parents used to live. And the lady found out that my mom had a son and asked if I would dog sit the son. And this dog was amazing. She had a little black lab. I still remember this dog's name was Meg. And my mom would take me to um, to to their house. My mom would take me to their house every day to let May out and give her food and things like that. And that's the first time I ever saw my mom with her dog. And my mom was like, I don't like dogs, but I like May. And this is my mother who now treats a dog like a baby. She didn't like dogs. So if my mother can change when it comes to dogs, any lady can change, particularly Rabbi. Um, anyway, so I think a lot of Jews get dogs after this because they see I really like dogs. But dogs aren't embraced in Judaism. In fact, you're not supposed to technically have, especially like aggressive dogs. It goes against Judaism, and even you're not really supposed to have dogs. You're not supposed to. It goes back. They can bite you. You're not supposed to have somebody that can cause you, that can cause you, that can threaten your life, and basically, it's reaching. It's reaching the current the violence that are on it because I know a lot of Jews who have dogs. In fact, a lot of them. So that's why Jews normally would have cats, but not dogs usually. Orthodox Jews particularly don't have dogs. Though that's changing. Anyway, and it would definitely change now when they see how much I like dogs, how dogs can be very beneficial to you. Anyway, And I would say this too. I mean, most Orthodox people can afford to have dogs. Far majority can afford to have dogs. I did it on a shoestring budget, and my parents did it on a very small budget, and I knew other people did it on a budget. So when you have the funds to be able to have a dog properly trained and properly groomed and all of those things, there's no danger to it biting you or doing anything like that. Dogs are different now than they were 100 years ago, or 500 years ago, or 1,000 years ago. So, um, I, well, here actually that's not the reason. The other reason why is the main reason why is that Jews are supposed to spend their time reproducing basically when they have free time. They shouldn't be wasting their time with animals. And the common thought is if you are spending money on a dog, you're not spending money on a potentially a baby that you could be having or spending time with a dog. And that's all true too. But if we can live forever, well then all that argument's out the door. And with mind uploading technology and with life extension technology, the sky's the limit. So go ahead and get a dog, especially the Orthodox. I hope Orthodox get a lot of dogs. Not necessarily one family has a lot of dogs, but I hope they, and they'd be good for families. These are big families, 8 kids, 9 kids, 10 kids. They have enough people to take care of a dog. Anyway, and it's just dogs are amazing. Would you get a dog? I mean, not in this case, but I would get a dog again. If I had a family, I'd have a dog. I may have multiple dogs if I could afford it. Like the thing is, they're expensive, and I would say even with Lucky, I could never afford to take Lucky to the veterinarian. Fortunately, so when we eventually I was reunited with Lucky and we took him to the veterinarian and they did like $3,000 worth of dental work on him. Now he had an issue with his ears, and I forget he had like ear mites or something like that, and I could never afford to take him to the veterinarian to get rid of his ear mites. So I put like I look at like little hints from Hillary's, I don't know what you call them, like home remedies for it, and like you could put uh, apple cider vinegar and things in there, and like they're like washes that you could do, but it still wouldn't clean his ears out properly, and he eventually got into that. But it was like I could never take care of this dog how I properly would want. I get him groomed. Regularly, and so I remember my team loved this dog so much. Really, I mean they did this, especially this one lady Donna. She would take off vacation days and ask if on her vacation days she could babysit him and dog sit him. And I said yes. I mean I would actually go to my employees' places where she had a condominium. I would go to her condominium and drop off Lucky, and she had a beautiful condominium. It was all white, and she had Lucky was a little white dog, and they would just spend the afternoon together, and she'd spoil him and all kinds of things. Anyway, so Lucky and I, we had a really great relationship, and I would, um, I had surgeries on my feet. I had hammer toe surgeries, and I also had plantar fasciitis surgeries at times. Uh, and so I got to spend some more time with him than I normally would, and I just got to bond with him like crazy. And he would, when I first got him, he would boy. I think it's better to have a girl um, dog than it is a boy dog, because boy dogs mark their territory, and there's no way to get that kind of behavior out of them. So I have to have him wear this little belt that went over his penis so that he wouldn't mark his territory anymore. And I would even, when I first got him, I was like, sometimes um, I'd be at work and I couldn't, like, there would just be an emergency at work and I could not go home and take him out. And so sometimes I'd have him wear a diaper. There's a famous picture, I think, one day of him wearing a diaper. So I'd have him wear a diaper, and I would diaper a dog. And he he was such a good dog, though. And he would just sit on my bed, no matter where it was. He would always face the door, and I would just pet him. And I really miss him when I go to bed. I think about him a lot when I go to bed, and how sweet he was, and how nice it was to pet him, and pet him behind the ear. And he did not like, he liked being petted on the chest, but he did not like lying on his back, at least with me. But he would get so comfortable with my parents eventually that he would. So, how did your parents end up doing it? So I adopted him, and I did not know. When I adopted him, his hair was really short. But once his hair started to grow out, he looked exactly like Cheyenne. Even though she was a Bichon Frise and he was a Maltese, she might have been a mix, and perhaps he was a mix as well. But they looked very similar. And I remember, without going into all the details, because I go into other points, one time my mom was at where I was living, and she met Lucky, and she saw how what a good dog he was, and she just petted him the whole time. And I remember she was really good with him. So um, I was gonna move to California, and I remember I was on a river. I was on the river, and it was like a bolt of lightning hit me. Like I could feel my soul of my soulmate, like alive at a certain point. And I, I'd never been on the river before. Oh, I had one other time, but I'd never been on it alone. I was in kayak with Angela, the person with whom I was one of the people I was living, and she had kayak. She had the kayak, and I would go kayaking on the river with her this one time I did, and I just had this overwhelming feeling that like there was someone out there for me, and I was in love with her enough that I had to for a long time, but like that I was gonna go find her or go do what it took to get me in a position to get her. And I realized that I wanted to move back to California. And I was gonna have to quit my job, and I was gonna do that. And it was the summer of 2016, and I was on the river. It was like it was around 4th of July, basically, summer of 2016, and I just felt, and my soulmate was out there, and it was like a bolt of lightning hit me. Like I could just sense her energy or something, like wherever she is. I still don't know where she is, but anyway. Um, I was on the river. I remember I was on the river. I was on the water. I remember where I was on the river. There's this part of the river that is by where this bootlegger used to be. My grandfather and I would go walk on the river when I was a little kid, and he told me about this person who used to do bootlegging during Prohibition, and they had a boat that was so fast. It was faster than all of the. They had a speedboat, and it was faster than all of the people working for the government boats, and he was able to bootleg it, like whiskey to Canada or something like that. And I think he could actually drive this boat. I could be wrong, but from Canada to where we live on the river, like you could just take the river back ways, basically. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think it is. Um, that um, there weren't. I don't think any. There could have. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think it is. So basically, anyway, this guy lived on the river, and my grandfather would say that that the guy he knew the guy who lived there, and that guy was a bootlegger and back during Prohibition, and used to be able to outrun the police. And I always thought that was so cool. That, like my grandpa knew something like that. Anyway, I was right where that guy's house was on the river, but this was years later. My grandfather was long gone by then. But I was on the in a kayak on the river, and I felt like this presence, and it changed my life. I remember immediately telling Angela I was going to do all these different things in my life, and I did. I did them all, and I ended up moving to California. But before I did that, um, I had this dog, and I didn't have a lot of money when I was going to move here. I moved here with like less than. I moved here twice, both times with like less than $1,000. It's ridiculous how we've been able to pull it off for this long. Anyway, um, it was November of 2016, and I had resigned from my position, and I had gotten ready to move. I had taken like a month to get my stuff together to move, and I had this dog, and it was going to break my heart to leave him. And but I knew I couldn't move here. I had a girlfriend at the time, or she wasn't my girlfriend. I had a girl space friend. I had a friend who I was seeing, and I broke up with her, and um, and it was really hard for her, for me to. She's a really great girl, and it was really hard for me to leave her, but it was even harder for her. She wrote me these love letters, and she just didn't want. She just wanted me to. I was in love with California though. Ask any girl who I dated or even saw, they were like, we could never connect to him the way that California could. Even though California's not a girl, I love California so much that it was like I never wanted to get tied down there because. So I would maybe go on dates with girls, but I was uh, unattainable to them because I never wanted to settle down. I wanted to always move back to California. Anyway, so I end up having this dog, and I had him for like, how old was he at the time? Oh, his birthday is 11/11/11. I just remember they told me that when I adopted him. Is it really? No, but it was around that time probably. And so at the time he was 5 years old. And even though I adopted him. He was considered a senior dog when I adopted him, even though not like the other ones. Cheyenne was definitely a senior dog. But I think anything over age 3 was considered a senior dog or something like that. And um, I I remember like my team even they'd get him things because they knew it was easy to remember his birthday 11/11/11, and my crew leader's birthday was 12/12, so that was easy to remember as well. Anyway, without going into everything that happened with my parents, because I do that at other points, I say to my parents, um, it was Thanksgiving. And it was the first time I was going to be with my parents for Thanksgiving in some time. And I asked if I could bring my dog to Thanksgiving, and my parents said I could. So, or that's not how it happened. Um, I was going to introduce my parents to this girl. I never did though. But it was like if I was going to stay, I was going to introduce my parents to this girl. Not, I don't know, maybe. I thought about it. And I think they would have really liked her. I think she would have liked them. And it would have been fun. I mean, this girl and I talked about buying a house together. And perhaps the only reason why I didn't want to get married is because I didn't want her to have to worry about my debt. And she was debt free. She was, what is it? And I didn't want her to have to worry about that. I didn't want to bring that into her life. So it was like, but She even she was living in an apartment with her sister south of town. She moved to a house very close to where I lived so that she could be closer to me. I don't want to just say that, but probably closer to other things as well. And she literally moved the street over for me. And I I she really liked me. I mean, what's not to like, baby? But I would just say she's a really sweet girl, and I wish I didn't have to leave her the way that I did. But you know, I had to break up with her, and then she took it really badly. I don't want to say took it badly. She took it really hard, and she hardly break up. And I said, I'm moving to California. You have to understand that, like, um, that I, while I have love for you, I'm not as in love with you as I am with California, and I'm moving back there. And I remember I had like left some clothes at her house or something, and or she had taken some clothes, and she like returned them to me with these love letters and that she had written to me, and they were really sweet love letters that she had written to the point where I kept them. And I I I don't have them here, but I at least kept them with my belongings when I was there, and I never got rid of them. Anyway, um, we had discussed her maybe moving out here, but I was like, you know what? There are too many variables that I'm gonna have to be. I need to be on my own. I mean, I'm in love with California, and I just you have to understand that, like, I know I'm gonna move out here, and I'm gonna do other things, and basically like, and she was a professional and had it. She had just gotten a different position there, and I'm like, I don't want to jeopardize any of that. So anyway, she so she took it hardly, but and I would say that it was the first person. I don't want to say the first, but probably person who I um, when it was just I remember hard for her, and but and it was hard for me too. But I was just I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to move to California. Anyway, I was on the river and I had the jolt hook for me, and I knew my soulmate was out there. I don't think I was dating this girl or seeing her yet. Maybe I was, but it wasn't that girl. I just remember like I need to move to California. It was like a totally different girl. Anyway, I um I don't know who she is though. I mean I think I do. I don't know exactly who she is. Really? Yeah. And I do know exactly who she is. Mouth her name. If you know. If you don't, whatever. Do you know her name? Fuck yeah, there we go. What's her name? Really? Yeah. Anyway, how do you know that? The rabbit told me that. I had no idea. I just knew there was a girl for me out there somewhere. Anyway, so is that the end of your story? Um, no, we have Lucky. So I I remember I hadn't seen my parents in some time, and my mom had met Lucky, and I said to my mom, "Is it okay if I come on a Saturday and see how Dad's doing and introduce him to Lucky?" And she said, "Yeah." So I remember my dad was sitting in his chair, and I came downstairs, and I said, "Hi, Dad. How you doing?" We say hi to each other, and I put Lucky on his lap and said, "Oh, how you doing, Cheyenne?" Big Cheyenne, as he used to say. I said, "Dad, that's not Cheyenne, that's Lucky." He said, "Huh?" I said, "That's my dad." He goes, "What do you mean? This is Cheyenne." I said, "No, it's not. That's Lucky." And then Cheyenne walked around the corner, and he said, "Oh my!" He like realized it. Oh, these two dogs look very similar, very similar. And I'm like, "I know." And so my dad got to meet Lucky, and then um, my my parents. I was going to come for Thanksgiving, so I brought Lucky to Thanksgiving, and my like my aunt and uncle were there, and my other aunts and cousins were there and stuff, and so they got to meet Lucky too. And Lucky just sat at my feet during um, Thanksgiving, and was a really good dog. So I have to break the news to my parents, like, hey, they knew I was moving to California, but they didn't really know what I was going to do with this dog. And the only reason why I was still there in town was I was becoming a Freemason, and it was like December 6th. They were going to have a meeting to decide the date that I would become a Freemason. And so I was just waiting till December 6th. So this was like the Cubs had just won the World Series. It was crazy. And they won in like October that year, October 2016. And I was moving to California, and I was going to become a Freemason. And the only reason why I was still in town was because I needed to I needed to wait for them to make the decision. And eventually they would tell me, you'll make it a Freemason, but I had to wait 2 months to preach back because there were two people ahead of me and I didn't want to wait for 2 months. And so I respectfully asked for my application back and they gave it to me and I moved to California and became Freemason on here, which I feel is the best place to be a Freemason. So anyway, it's like the NFL for Freemasons, NFL for lawyers, the NFL for everything. But I even described being a lawyer in California. It's like when I moved here originally to be a lawyer, it's like if I want to be a lawyer, I'm going to be a lawyer in the best place there is, and the toughest place there is where the NFL is for lawyers, and that's California. Anyway, so I remember saying to my mom after Thanksgiving, "Is there any way that you guys would adopt him?" And I said, "Oh, I don't have an issue with it. He's a really sweet dog, and I think he'd be good for Cheyenne to have someone around. But you know, Daddy, and he doesn't want another dog, and he's very happy with Cheyenne." Okay, so I go and I ask my dad, "Is there any way that you would adopt me?" And I said, "Dad, I got like all the paperwork on him, and he's got all the gun on. I got this isn't going to be something where like I come back in a week and say I want him back. This is your dog. If you take him, and I've got all the paperwork for him, and I have it very well organized in this binder with these clear dividers and everything." And I said, um, if you if you um, I just had everything very well organized for him, and I said, um, "Would you please adopt him?" My dad said, anyway, a couple of days go by, and I'm gonna have to give him. Like I knew I couldn't take him cross country and look after him while looking after myself. I knew I would have to live in my car at points. Like I can't do all this with dogs, especially Lucky, who is used to living in a house and being like. Yeah, I should say this. Lucky uh, had a very good sense of smell, like most dogs, and loved food, like most dogs too. And so I had to keep him kind of away from the food. Had to keep food high enough so he couldn't get it, and he would still climb up and get into things. And like sometimes I would come home and he had gotten into I don't know a box of cookies or something, and he'd be sitting there shaking his tail, and there'd be cookies all over the place. And just classic dog things. Anyway, um, I I also I've said this before, but I had gotten him or my teammates actually had not one of my employees. She had gotten him. She had a cage for her dog or her daughter's dog, or somebody's dog. Anyway, that she didn't need anymore, and so she gave it to me. And so I would put Lucky in it, and I put him in it and went for one day, and he had rubbed part of his nose like basically bloody because he would rub on the metal so much. I realized I can't have him in a crate. I couldn't have him in a cage. So what I ended up doing, I have these crates, an open air crate, and I would put him. I had this like vest that I would put on him that was like kind of like a collar vest, and he had a collar too. I put a little like leash around the collar and leash around the vest because if he got out of the collar, then there was the vest. If he got out of the vest, there was a collar. It was like a backpack, and then the collar was in the open air crate. So basically, he couldn't get out of the crate for whenever he was there, but he couldn't rub his nose on it either, and he didn't feel like he was in jail. He wasn't. It was open air, and so he he could move around in it still, but he couldn't necessarily get out and get into things. And that was only when I lived in one of the houses. When I lived in the other house, it had it had like doors, and I could just leave him in my room and he would be fine. Though I was cooking a lot of steak at the time, and sometimes he would get into my refrigerator, and I'd come home and he'd eaten all the steak and just be sitting there just loving it. And then this one time he accidentally locked himself in the room by touching the door, and I had to break off door handle. My person who owned the house was not happy that I did that. But I didn't have a key, and I didn't have a way to get in, and I had to get him out for some reason. Um, and so I actually like removed the knob physically with like a hammer, and was able to get in there to be able to get him out. Anyway, um, but it was really nice, and I would say that's the best. Like, and that's how my parents did it when they had a dog. They just had a room where they could put him, and then let the dog do whatever they want in there. And it's better that way. But I didn't have that luxury the first kid, and so I asked my dad, "Was there any way you would adopt him?" And my dad said no. Anyway, then like a few days go by, and someone had given me, let's just say, a gift. And my dad had said, it wasn't a gift, it was a loan. But basically, my dad said, if you pay that loan back, there's $1,000. I will. So my uncle Mike, when I was sick, he had given me $1,000. He had loaned me $1,000, knowing that I probably never would be able to pay him back. Anyway, um, I my dad did not know this, and so when my dad found out, he was mad that I asked him for this. But I said I didn't have a choice. I was going to die. I needed it for bandages. And I needed it to pay my rent and things like that, and medical costs. And so my dad said, and I had a little bit of money then, and my dad said, if you pay him back, we'll adopt Lucky. And there was, I, that's all it took. It was like, boom. I called my Uncle Mike and I said, I'm going to be in where you live. I'm going to be in Omaha, and I'm sending you this cashier's check. And my Uncle Mike was so nice. He said, well, here's what we're going to do. You send me the cashier's check, and then when you get here, I'm going to give it back to you. Or I'm going to give you the money. And so my dad never thought I'd do that. But that's how wonderful a person Uncle Mike is. And I've talked about him before. He's a wonderful person. Anyway, so I was able to, quote unquote, pay him back, but I never did. Meaning that he gave me the money back. And my dad was satisfied because his friend got paid back, basically. And then my dad said that they would adopt Lucky. And so my parents, I was living in Michigan at the time, temporarily, but I was living in Michigan. And just because I needed a place, it was something like this. I wasn't going to be living in the house I was in. Uh, like I had stopped living there at the end of November or something like that. And I needed a place to stay for only like 6 days or something like that. And my parents did not want me moving back in the house because they were afraid that if they let me back, I would change my mind and I would never leave. And so they're like, you can live somewhere else, but my dad was like, you're not living here. He's like, not even for a few days, and he's like, no. So, but I said, but my dog can, right? And he's like, yeah, we're going to adopt the dog. So I ended up giving my parents Lucky, and all the stuff that came with him, which was a cage and so many clothes, because my employees had given me clothes, and I had bought him clothes. My mom said, I've never seen so much stuff for a dog in my entire life. And it's true. I had so much stuff for him. And he was, I'm going to say, like living with me was like homeless basically as a dog, to living in like a Holiday Inn with me, which was nice. But then he went to the Four Seasons basically with my parents. My parents treated him like $1,000,000, and then he was their dog. And I don't know if he's still alive. I don't want to know. He'd be pretty old by now, but he might be still alive. I don't know, probably is. But my dad was really close with Sean. My mom was really close with him, and especially because I said to her, because she really didn't want me to move back to California. She never wanted me to move back here. she wanted me, if she could, to basically never leave that town. And I, I had more to achieve than just that. Anyway, I'll never forget when I was moving. I was getting ready to move to California. I packed up all my stuff. My car was packed, and I had forgotten my Cubs hat. And they had just won the World Series, and that's what I wanted to. I was just going to wear my Cubs hat because they won the World Series. Anyway, I had forgotten it at my parents' house, and I called my mom and I said, "Hey, I'm gonna come by." My mom and I had already said bye to each other, and it was like we'd already cried and all of the things. Like, I don't know if I, but I know she did it. But anyway, it was like, I just want you to give me my Cubs hat, and I'm gonna grab it, and I'm gonna. She's like, okay. And so I remember she opened the door and she gave me the Cubs hat, and Lucky came to the door, and I closed the door on Lucky with his face not looking at me. He was looking at my mom, and I still have that image. That's the last image that I have of him in person. It is a very happy image that he, even though I was his owner for all that time, he wasn't looking at me. He was looking at my mom because she was taking such good care of him. She was probably going to give him food or something like that. And so it's not like I have these two little eyes that are staring at me like I abandoned him. No, I gave him a much better life than I could have. And my parents were really sweet to adopt him. And then oh my God, my mom would take two dogs now on nightly walks. And Lucky learned that Cheyenne would bark in their house for whatever reason. Why would she bark? If um she would do this thing like when my parents would come home, she'd bark and then chase her tail, like do this bark, bark, and then like run in a circle. So Lucky learned that he could bark there again. So he got his voice back and he could bark whenever he wanted. And um so but he was really close to my mom. So wherever my mom would sleep, he would sleep at her feet and keep her feet warm. And like they would cuddle together when she would take naps, and he was a really good dog, and he would be really quiet and sit on my mom's couch or my parents' couch and just watch my mom and just be really quiet and just being a baby. And my mom would sometimes, he was so quiet, she'd be walking around the house looking for him, and she wouldn't realize he would be. She one time was like, I looked all over for him and I couldn't find him, and there he was on the couch, just being really quiet. And this one time when my dad first said that they would adopt him, I explained to my parents, this is how you have to take him outside, because he ran away on me once. You cannot let him go outside without a leash on, because he'll get distracted and he'll go start chasing after something, and you're not fast. I'm not fast enough to catch him, so I know you guys aren't fast enough to catch him. And my dad says, and Cheyenne would go out to the bathroom in the backyard without an issue, without a leash or anything. And my dad said, no, he's gonna see how Cheyenne does it, and I'm sure it's gonna be similar. And I said, no, it's not. And my dad let Lucky out, and Cheyenne came back to the door, and Lucky was still smelling around the yard and wasn't coming back, and was kind of unfamiliar with where he was. I said, Dad, you can't do that. Then Lucky started walking towards the side of the yard, and that was bad because Lucky was not in a fenced yard or anything. So it was a good lesson for my parents, because I explained to them, if this ever happens, you just have to say, you want That's what I used to say when I would feed him. You want and he would hear that and know that was what we would eat. That's what he was trying to eat. And I said, all you have to do, if he's ever, don't make any quick gestures to him or quick movements toward him, or he'll run. Go get food and bring it out, and he will smell it, or he'll come up to you, because he loves food. So what we did is we went to the kitchen, and I said, you want And he was on the back. He was in like the backyard. He kept coming closer and closer. He got onto the porch or under the back deck, and then he came into the door. And then I said, Dad, go close the door while I, give him whatever piece of turkey or something. And he came in and he'd eat. So my dad learned that you can't just let him out. So these dogs look so similarly that my aunt had given my my aunt my aunt had given my mom some clothes, some dog clothes as well. I forget what, but one of them was this vest that Lucky would wear. I forget what it was called, but it was some company. And I had a vest for him too. He had a million vests. But basically, this vest was a cool thing where it had like a handle on the back. If you ever needed to lift him up, you could just lift him up by this handle. And it was like, it wasn't Paw Patrol, but it was some kind of brand like that. Anyway, um, so my parents learned that if Lucky's going to go outside, he's got to be leashed all the time. And that was fine with them. One time my mom said that she was on, maybe this happened twice, that she was on a walk with him and he slipped out of his like I would say don't take him on a with a with a collar around him, put him like to connect. I would say you have to have 2 points of contact on him because he'll get out of one and you need that backup. And one time he slipped out of the collar and he had just gotten groomed or something. He didn't have as much fur. Anyway, my mom had to pick him up and carry him on her walk. And I remember she was saying she didn't know if she was going to make it. Basically, he was, he's not heavy, but she's kind of like an older lady now. Anyway, but she got him in, and so then I asked her when I first moved here, would you please send me pictures of him? I was always asking for pictures of him because I just missed him. And she'd send me pictures, but then she would end up sending me a video every single night, which I know it takes a lot of work, but these were just amazing videos that she would send me that I would save of him just being a baby, doing whatever, cuddling or lying on the bed, um, laying on the bed, um, or lying on the bed. Anyway, um, or sometimes on their walk with the other dog with Cheyenne, and just doing whatever. My mom would send me one of these a night, and they were like the highlight of my night. And I just used to love to get these. And then what happened? Well, I mean, I think it's still okay. I don't know. But at this point, I do know this. If anybody's wondering, all dogs go to heaven. I can tell you that. Whatever the rabbinic children, not all people go to heaven, because heaven's not really a thing for people. But for dogs, all dogs go to heaven. Really, that's all I know. Like all their souls all go to heaven, and or whatever, Gan Eden or something. Basically, um, so that was kind of that. I hope to people. There's that movie, All Dogs Go to Heaven, and I never really paid any attention to it, but that's true. All dogs go to heaven. So even dogs that weren't good dogs or whatever, they all have good souls, basically. Anyway, is that the end of your story? Yep. Those are all my dog stories that I can recall right now. We gotta have more dog stories. I know, probably do. Yeah, when my parents first adopted Lucky, my dad would go, um, he would make breakfast, and he would, he made breakfast this one time, and he he went to the bathroom, and Lucky had jumped up on the table and eaten his and Cheyenne did not do that. There were just a couple things that were different about the dog. My mom said sweeter than he was. Lucky is, um, my mom said this. You know how I said Lucky snapped at me, or Lucky knows something. Cheyenne snapped at me and also snapped at my mom like once or twice when we tried to move her when she was on their bed. My mom said this. Lucky would never do that. Lucky, he was so sweet. I used to put my hand in Lucky's mouth. He would never bite me. He would not even bite down on me. He wouldn't chew on anything. That's the other thing. Lucky nor Cheyenne would chew on anything. Neither of them ever shedded like one hair. Lucky didn't have those eyelashes that Cheyenne had, but Lucky had these big, beautiful brown eyes that my mom and dad went to go to the dollar theater once to go see Dumbo, and my dad said, I thought this was so sweet, that my dad said that Dumbo had eyes like Lucky, and the Dumbo one. Lucky had really beautiful eyes, and he just would stare at you, and he was just a really sweetest little dog. And what else? I don't know. Lucky would just sit next to me wherever I was, and just would be really good. He wouldn't jump around, wouldn't climb around. He would just sit right next to me, and I would just pet his butt and shake his tail. Cheyenne had a really long, not a really long tail, but she had like a long tail. Um, Lucky had a short, like little stubby tail, and you don't want to do this to them. You don't want to crop their ears, and you don't want to crop their tails. That should stop. That's like mutilation to some extent. But at least with Lucky, it was already done with him, so there's nothing I can do about it. But um, all I would do, I still can like picture him, like put, like just looking at him, he'd look at me and his tail would wag. Just he was just such a sweet guy. Oh, I remember this one time I'd gotten these milkshakes. I was on this ketogenic diet, and I would sometimes cheat. Not really, but when I cheat, I would cheat badly. Like I would go like a month only eating steak, every single day eating steak, and I would get these steaks, and I could get them. I would only eat New York strip steak at the time. I would eat other steaks too, tomahawks, all kinds of steaks. But basically, I would on a Sunday I would grill. I would grill like 30 steaks and eat those throughout the week. And I would freeze some of them sometimes, but I would just all I would do is eat steak. And Lucky loved it because that meant he was always getting steak um, at some point. That's not all. He had other things too. But anyway, this one time I had a cheat day, and which I normally wouldn't like to do, but I would just have a craving for sugar. And I had, and when I like ice cream or milkshake. And so I bought like 8 milkshakes, and which is so many milkshakes. But they had some kind of deal where I was going, where it was like they had like a, what do you call it? It was like half price milkshakes during happy hour, and so whatever happy hour was, it was like 2 to 4 a.m. and 2 to 4 p.m. So I would go at like 2 to 4 a.m. and get like 8 milkshakes, or 2 to 4 p.m. and get like 8 milkshakes. Anyway, um, I fell asleep one time in this comatic state of milkshakes, and when I awoke, there was milkshake all over my room because Lucky had gotten into them, and so I had to clean all that out. Anyway, which did he make a mess a lot? No. When he made a mess, I can always say it was my fault. Meaning, it was always food related, and it was because I didn't put food out of reach of him. Like if it was out of reach, he wouldn't get into it. But he never chewed on anything, not anything. I had chew toys for him. He never touched them. Same with Cheyenne. She never touched them. They didn't chew on anything. And I think it's because they were older dogs and their teeth weren't always that good and might hurt. But I hate to say it, but that was almost a benefit of having an older dog, that they didn't want to chew on things. Puppies want to chew on everything and ruin things. Older dogs did not want to do that. And my mom sent me this picture one time of Lucky lying down by, like in her kitchen, with his chest out like this, his legs spread, and I just remember being like, that dog, and his tongue was hanging out. I was like, that dog is in heaven with my parents, and he really was. So I never knew Cheyenne to die, but I'm sure she did eventually. And I don't know if my dad. And so my dad wasn't as close with Lucky, but he still loved Lucky a lot, and I'm sure Lucky kind of had to fill that void. But it was a good thing because I think it would have been really hard for my parents. They were so close with Cheyenne that, and that's the thing. Her name was like originally Cheyenne, the city in Wyoming, or the Native American tribe. But the way I would say it is like Cheyenne, like, because she was shy. That's the thing. She wasn't that. She wasn't a loud dog. She wasn't very. She was just a shy dog kind of. So I would call her Cheyenne, shy space Anne, and that kind of my dad kind of liked that because his mom's name was Antoinette, and so it's kind of like he liked the name Anne. Anyway, my mom's name is Anne. Anyway, um, is that the end of your story? Uh, no. I mean, Lucky and I spent a lot of time together, and he was just a very good dog. And when my mom would be at work, my dad would be in his chair, and Lucky didn't like sitting on people's lap. He would sit on people's laps, but not. He wouldn't jump up on your lap. He would sit next to you usually. But the way my dad's chair was, there wasn't any space for it. Sometimes he would sit, and my dad would sit near, and either Cheyenne would get up in his lap or Lucky would get on his lap. But usually, Lucky would sit wherever my mom's chair was. He would sit there and wait for her, and um, so she had a place on the couch. My mom had a few nappy places in the house. She had a bed. She had downstairs in the basement by my dad, and then she had a couch. And so she had a couch in the basement and a couch in the living room. And Lucky Lucky would probably just stay there because he could probably smell her or something like that. Um, and her perfume or whatever, and it just reminded him of her. And my mom would say when she'd get home from work, now she'd have two dogs that were excited to see her, and they were very excited. And she liked that. She was, even though it was like, okay, I'll feed you, don't worry. Um, she liked having that excitement of somebody really excited to see her every single day. My dad's excited to see my mom, but it's like, it gets old after a while. But the dogs were always excited to see her, and we're just thrilled to greet her on a daily basis. All right, you've been talking about dogs for 3 hours now. Are you done? No, but I think that a lot of people in Israel as well get dogs. I think Naftali Bennett and his wife Galat, they get a Saint Bernard. Why? I don't know. But that Israeli dog becomes really big. What is it? I think it's a nice dog. The Kenyan dog becomes really big. And Maltese become really big. Dijon Fusee become really big. The mixture, Dijon mustard, my dad would call them. They become really big. Uh, Pugs become big. That Beagle becomes really big. That whatever, that Irish Beagle or whatever. Um, what is it called? Scary Beagle becomes really big. Anything else? Yeah. Pugs become. Oh, I'm sorry about a pug. Anyway, uh, Bulldogs become really big. French Bulldogs become really big. All kinds of dogs become big. And Israel, and with Juice in particular, with other people too. Honestly, the focus of this, it's on all people. I love all people for the most part, except for that anti-Semitic and Nazi cunt downstairs. But, this is for Jews. I'm a Jew. I'm your daddy, baby, and so you should know that it's okay to have dogs. Dogs can enrich your life. And I really, the best person I could say as an example of that is my mom, because she was never anti-dog. I've had a rabbi who's anti-dog, and I don't like that. I don't, I mean, I didn't like that. he was anti-dog. His wife liked animals. My Rebbitzins are kind of Baraka. She had cats, and she liked dogs. And they would go on walks and things, and she would see someone with a dog, and she would comment on the dog, kind of the deal. But he did not like dogs, and it was very psychological with him. I think that his mom didn't like dogs, and it's an Orthodox thing, um, and it came from like probably. I remember one time someone that we were at Shabbat dinner, and someone was like, is that like subconscious that you don't like dogs, or like psychological? You have like psychological issues with it going back to your youth?" And he's like, "Yeah, probably. I don't like to go into it, but yeah, probably." Like, okay. I didn't say it, but somebody else was like, "Okay, well, now we know." But because everybody, a lot of people like dogs, but some people don't. Anyway, for many years, I don't want to say for many years, but I at times did not like cats in my life, but I think I would probably have cats one day. I don't know, or a cat, perhaps. Another story about Lucky. So, for another Thanksgiving, my mom's cousin would come over, and Lucky would sit next to her, and he would get petted for like 3 hours straight, and he absolutely loved it. He'd fall asleep and just get petted, and she really liked petting him. Now, she liked cats more than dogs, but she liked animals, and she was an animal person. I remember, Lucky. Okay, so this is an interesting thing. My mom has a cousin Kathy, and my mom and cousin Kathy were never super close until their parents died. Then they became closer, but not very close. Then Kathy bonded with Lucky at Thanksgiving this one time, to the point where Kathy and my mom started talking almost on a nightly basis, because Kathy would want to know how Lucky is. And it brought them closer as family members. I remember my mom said, "I would have never thought that my cousin and I," like my mom would talk with her sister on a nightly basis, but never her cousin ever. But she's like, "We talk all the time about this dog." And Kathy really likes the dog, and I do too. And so I just sit there and talk with Kathy as I pet him, and that's kind of my nightly routine with him. And so it even brought my mom closer with him, which is kind of a surprise. Okay, this thing's going on 3 hours, and these are going on 12 hours, so I should probably get on it. Be fine. Go fuck yourself. Go get yourself a dog. And cheers.